Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight, July 25th, 2023 school board meeting. I want to welcome everyone here, but specifically Ms. Spray. Go ahead and do the district's vision and introduce who is going to be doing the invocation tonight.
I sure will. The school district of Manatee County will be an exemplary, student-focused school system that develops lifelong learners to be globally competitive. And I'd like to introduce to you Pastor Phil Durstein from Family Christian Church from the Christian Retreat. Thank you for being here.
Everybody will stand, please.
Our Father in heaven, thank you so much that we can come together and just begin this meeting, begin this evening, acknowledging you and thanking you, Father, that when you hear our prayers, you hear us and you answer. Lord, I pray tonight for wisdom, understanding. Father, as our board members and volunteers, our school teachers, Lord, administrators work together, Father, to advance this great county, this city. Lord, thank you for the many people that have a heart for our children. We just pray, Father, as this growing county, Lord, advances, Lord, this new school year. Father, let your presence be felt in our schools. And Lord, let there be a peace among our children. Let us raise up strong men and women, Lord, in these days, I pray. And especially tonight, Lord, for this special board meeting. Pray your blessing upon it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so that moves us to item number 5 on the agenda, informational only. Year-to-date charter financial reports, leaves for July 25th, and the year-to-date financial reports, statements through May 31st. Item number 6 on the agenda is approval of the agenda. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on July 25th, 2023 agenda, updated on July 20th, 2023, and posted to the district website, manateeschools.net.
So moved. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Let me get over to Granicus. We could all cast our vote on the approval of the agenda.
Yeah, I was signed in, and now I'm not signed in anymore. So
No worries.
did they reset the system and then? No.
So
Operator,
you can do it. You can do it verbally.
Okay. Aye.
Aye. 5-0. That passes 5-0. Item number 7 is approval of the minutes. Superintendent Weissong.
Chairman, I recommend approval of the minutes from the school board meeting of June 27th, 2023, the school board workshop on June 29th, 2023, and the school board special meeting on July 3rd, 2023.
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any updates to the minutes?
And I'm joined now. So
Awesome. Let's go ahead and vote on the approval of the minutes recommended by Dr. Weissong, and that passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 8, recognitions. Mr. Barber, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, and Dr. Weissong. Welcome. It's my privilege to be the bearer of good news for the school district, and so I really enjoy being able to do that. And Mr. Tatum is really on board with this thing. I was standing in the back of the room, and he sent me a tip for another good news story. So we have plenty of good news posted on our website. It's at manateeschools.net/good news, and our communications team and the MSTV team do a great job of filling that up with great stories about our students and teachers and schools. So one of the great things about our schools and district is that we have all kinds of interesting learning opportunities for our students, even over the summer. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce you to 2 art camps that recently took place. We're going to just show these to you briefly, and it'll give you an idea of how our students and teachers not only take advantage of these opportunities, but they have fun doing it as well. So we'll show the first video.
So we are currently at Braden River Elementary School, where we are holding our ESSER Art Camp for this summer. This week, we have gotten our kids split up into some groups so they can really dive down into building on their strategies they may already know.
Added as an extra art element. I think it's been going great. Like the kids, they come in and we ask them to make projects either by hand or by sketching, making marks, and then, hey, you might have a break or so. We look and they're doing free drawing. So they're at the right camp. They're all excited about art.
It's really interesting how each class has a completely different style, like online art tech and working with filters and different things that you could cut out.
That is the goal today, all right? The benefits to a camp like this would be they get more exposure to materials they might not be able to see in the classroom. They get more exposure to other like-minded individuals. A lot of the kids came in at the beginning of camp really nervous. They didn't know each other. By now, they have friends. They're calling each other after camp. It's pretty cool. So I'm really proud of that. I think that's a cool thing. This is beautiful. I love it.
I meet a lot of new people, and I can make new friends, and the teachers are really nice there.
This camp is fun. I didn't expect it to be like this. I really enjoy it. Everyone's super nice, the faculty, the students. When you have a shared passion, you really show more parts of yourself than you think.
I'm sorry there's a little bit of delay on the video there, but I've seen it several times, and again, we can forward it to you so you can see it in its regular time. But we have one more short video to show you, all right?
We are at Braden River Middle School, and we are having the ESSER VPA summer camp here for beginners and also for band students who have already had a few years of experience.
We start with a huge band where we rehearse first, and then we go to sectionals where we get to expand on our parts and learn more about our instruments individually. And I love to learn about the saxophone.
I really like going to sectionals where you get to play with your section of your instrument and go over the things that bring out your instrument more and learn more about it.
Bravo! Yay! I can play it so much faster.
I think the kids get a chance to make music with other kids across the district that they don't normally see. They may be friends with them, but go to different schools. So now they get a chance to make music all together. And our goal is to make all of the band programs across the entire district stronger. And I think if there's a camaraderie between the faculty and a camaraderie between the students, that they're going to support each other, and they that same drive that we want everything in Manatee County from a band standpoint to be strong.
Yeah, and those weren't the only arts camps that we had this summer. And so to tell you a little bit more about, we have visual and performing arts curriculum specialist Jeremiah Bowman and Rhea Skaggs, and Jeremiah is going to tell us a little bit more. So.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Good to see all of you again. Hope you had a great summer. Mr. Choate and school board members and Superintendent Wysong, thank you so much for the opportunity tonight to showcase the first of what we hope becomes a tradition of summer visual and performing arts camps in Manatee County. With your support and an approval of an ESSER grant, we were able to host an art, band, chorus, drama, and strings camp this summer for over 330 students who range from grades 5 through 8 to help remediate learning loss from the pandemic and to jumpstart students in the arts in preparation for the upcoming school year. This was a monumental effort, and I would like to thank a few individuals, schools, and departments for their support. The 76 staff members who worked the camps. We had many student volunteers who supported the camps each day. Secondary Curriculum Director, Ms. Fleming, and Executive Director, Dr. Breslin. VPA Specialist, Ms. Rees-Gaggs, as you all know. Our Junior Accountant, Ms. Burton, for putting in all of our orders and answering our questions. Our Art Camp Director is Karen Meinberg, who's a SUG Middle School art teacher. Our Chorus Camp Director is Carrie Carrier. She's a Parish Community High School chorus teacher. Our Drama Camp Director was Roxanne Caravan, who's the former Lakewood Ranch High School theater teacher. Our Strings Camp Director, Cynthia Heidel, who's former Bayshore High School or Bayshore Elementary music teacher, and also Dan Burton for his support planning the band camp. This was a big effort for schools to undertake, so I want to thank Braden River Elementary for hosting a camp, Braden River Middle School for hosting a camp, Johnson Middle School hosted 2 camps, and Parish Community High School hosted 1 camp along with our summer showcase. We also were thankful we were able to have breakfast and lunch for students each day, so thank you to food service who were incredible, getting lunches everywhere they needed to go and breakfast. Facilities, of course, finance, IT helped out, purchasing, and MSTV for covering the camps and making these really terrific videos. We were able to help showcase the arts in the district. One highlight of the camp for all of us was our summer showcase, where all 330 campers came together to perform and demonstrate for one another what they all learned. Highlight of that was all the kids got to ride in a charter bus. They thought that was pretty cool. It was an awesome experience, and we were excited to see our students return to school enthusiastic to keep learning and growing with our wonderful visual performing arts teachers. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yep, we have a
Question?
question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I've been following on Facebook all the camps and the videos and the photos, and it just looks like it's been really wonderful, and I congratulate you. I do have a question though. When everything is referred to as the ESSER camp, were these camps funded solely from ESSER, or were they funded from the referendum?
ESSER.
ESSER.
Yep.
So we didn't fund anything over the summer from the referendum?
Not to my knowledge for the arts. The ESSER grant was specifically for our summer camps.
Okay.
So hopefully in the future, because the ESSER grant is only 2 years.
You won't have it next summer, will you?
Plan is to have it next summer because the ESSER grant is for two years. So the hope is that after that, it goes well and we keep going, then maybe we can use Arts Millage to fund it for the future. That'd be my goal anyway. The ESSER grant we have to use by September of 2024, so we have time to use it for 1 more summer.
Okay. Feel a little better, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you all. Any more questions?
No? It has been fun to watch on Facebook, though.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot of work. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, sir.
Moves us to item number 9, public comments. We have 2 public comments signed up. First is Chloe Austinson, followed by Richard Pelton. I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Austinson. I attended Just for Girls in 2012 and 2013 when I was 12 to 13 years old. I was attending a public school and needed a change as I was being bullied severely. I was accepted into Just for Girls within 24 hours and was attending the next day because of Just for Girls, Principal D. Ralph. I needed intensive therapy, and Miss Ralph provided the therapy sessions I needed 4 times a week. While I was still receiving straight A's, Miss Ralph gave me the opportunity to heal by making accommodations for my mental health while going to school. They provided so many opportunities for learning, communication, and values as a female. Strengthen yourself, structure, and most importantly, to love yourself. As an all-girls school, we weren't distracted by boys and we grew closer and stronger together as young women. My favorite memory at Just for Girls was the educational field trips and especially the one-on-one learning, as the teachers took the time to help guide each of us through everything. Just for Girls created a safe place for me at the time, which I didn't think was possible after the horrific bullying I endured. Just for Girls made me who I am today. I believe the school is the pinnacle of success for young women, as I am here today working my dream job as a registrar for SSIS. Just for Girls gave me the confidence and support I needed to grow and adapt in the world where I wasn't getting it before. I will always 100% stand by Just for Girls, as so many girls in my position need a place like this. I was able to achieve so many things after attending Just for Girls because of the tools and knowledge they gave me to succeed, not just in school, but in life. Just for Girls and their staff was there for me when I needed their help, and I am proof that it's not just school success, it's life success. Just for Girls will always hold a special place in my heart and be the reason I'm still here today. I hope you find it in your hearts to understand that Just for Girls is so important for girls like me who needed that space to learn and grow. Just for Girls is a very important school, and I 100% stand by them. Thank you so much.
Richard Pelton.
Thank you. Superintendent Wysong, welcome. It's good to be here. I've been coming here for 20 years. I started out at MSA about 2002, and then I started my substitute teaching in 2012 and 13. So I've taught at every middle school, and I've taught at every high school as a substitute teacher. I just want to say that this is the greatest school district. I support 100%. Seeing some of the faculty members that, from Jeremiah being one, Carrie, and Mr. Schroeder, art class at Palmetto High School. I've had the great opportunity to work with quite a few people in the Manatee School District all and over. The reason I'm up here today is because I want to make sure that everybody understands what an important asset that substitute teachers are to our school district. Because I've been doing this for 10 years. The last 2 years I did 170 days out of 180. And in the last 4 or 5 years, I've done a minimum of 150 days out of 180 days in all the high schools and all the middle schools. So this year will be my 10th year because I took off 1 year because of COVID. So what I'm here for is to let all of you know that I know ESS is doing a great job. There's no doubt about that. It's a great company. Buddy Helton at the helm there. And you've got a couple representatives here that represent the substitute teachers here in the Manatee County. And so continue, as I tell the students, to perform admirably and make sure the vetting process lets the quality substitute teachers come in that are not only qualified and they're not only have their teaching certificates. I have 4 of them. But I love what I do. As I said in the beginning, I tell the kids I'm 27, but I'm dyslexic.
I love it.
But I love what I do, and this will be my last and 10th year starting in a couple weeks. And I just love it so much in Manatee County. I've seen a lot of things happen over the last 10 years, actually, since I've been substitute teaching. And I just want to say keep doing what you're doing because you're doing a great job. And I think one of the things I was going to say was, that the people I've taught with, been with from Parish Community High School and some people that are now working in the district, including Jeremiah, it's just great to see them to where they started out and they were in administration, they went to principal, and now they're with the district. So anyway, thank you, letting me share. And substitute teachers, I prefer being a associate guest visiting teacher you know, because a substitute, kind of like I tell the kids I'm like first string. I used to say Tom Brady, but now I say Patrick Mahomes. And, you know, I'm the first string of teaching, even though I'm an associate guest visiting teacher. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, that was my signal.
You're perfect.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That concludes public comment. We move to item number 10, consent items. Superintendent Wysong.
Yes, I recommend approval of the consent agenda for July 25th, 2023.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. So if we can vote on the approval of the consent items. That passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 11. Just FYI, there's going to be a lot of gaveling and going back and forth, so hang with me here. So I'm going to close the regular meeting. We're going to open up the public meeting so we can have any public comments. Even if you did not sign up for this item, you are able to comment publicly on the proposed changes to the Code of Conduct for the 2023-2024 school year that we previously as a board have workshopped and discussed. And this is anybody's chance to come up and comment on the Code of Conduct for 2023-2024 school year. Seeing nobody rushing to the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and reconvene the regular meeting so that now we can go to Superintendent for his recommendation on the approval of adopting the amendments.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend approval of adopting amendments to the Code of Student Conduct for the 2023-24 school year.
So moved.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments over student comment? Yes, Ms.
Yes, I
Foreman.
wanted to have a discussion before we vote on this about the item on page 59 about electronic equipment. We had a discussion about it, and I thought we had kind of a consensus, but I'm getting old, and I am not dyslexic, so I'm not telling you how old I am. But it has to do with recording, video recording, and the
What page again? I'm sorry.
okay, well, actually, I'm looking at the old one. I think it's probably page 13. I'm not looking at the new one. I did.
I'm sorry, are you talking about a student may not electronically record any employee?
Right, or
that one?
or
It is
facility.
page 59 of the redlined copy.
Right. And the concern on that, and I think we had the discussion, is that the student's misdeed is not recording it, their misdeed is posting it.
Right.
And I still feel strongly that to tell them that they cannot record is not good. I mean, if they see something, record it, take it to the dean, and don't post it, I don't think they should be disciplined. And I would much rather see that expressed here on electronic equipment than saying, nope, you can't post it, because if they or you can't record it, because if they record it and they take it to the dean, or they may be afraid to, for fear that they're going to get in trouble. And I disagree with that. So.
Sorry, let me get to my speakers. I see Miss Messenger's lit up.
I don't think it reads in that way. I think it does say what you're trying to say. It says a student may not electronically record any employee or facility without written or explicit permission. And it says does not apply to school station events, blah, blah, blah. Then it says additionally, students may not post to the internet recordings of fighting, acts of bullying, assault or battery, whether staged or real, regardless of time or location. I think it is saying what you mean, and it doesn't even say that they can't record like a fight, which is the conversation that Mr. Taman brought up. It doesn't say they can't record that. It's only saying you can't record an employee or the facility, which is really a safety and security issue if you don't want recordings of the facility out. So I think it is saying what you're saying, but maybe I don't understand it. I read it as what you're saying. It's just saying you can't post it. It's not saying you cannot record those events. It's saying you can't record an employee without their saying it's okay.
Okay, is there a way to make this more clear so that I get what you're saying now about security, and that's probably okay, but if a kid is getting beat up at the gate, okay, is that a security thing?
It's not
somebody
saying you
records
can't
it.
record that. I mean, I think they just don't want someone walking around with a camera like, and here's the hallways and the classrooms. And like, I mean, they don't want, I mean, like, I think the point is they don't want that out there, which is completely reasonable to me. And as an employee, I believe that I would not want you to record my lesson or something without me knowing you're recording my lesson. I think that that's also completely fair and appropriate for our educators because our classrooms are not a gotcha.
Right.
But that's not what this is saying. It's not saying you can't record a fight. It's not saying you can't record bullying. It's just that you can't post it. That is what it's saying. That's how, at least how I read it.
How do our principals interpret that? Have they had input on this? Dr. Weissong?
Do you want, I mean, obviously Mr. Schreier's here, if you'd like to come up and, Dr. Weissong, are you okay with him coming up?
Certainly.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Weissong, thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I absolutely understand your concerns. Many times in my career as principal and assistant principal, students came forth with some sort of video that showed an act. But they did it with the good cause, with a good understanding to demonstrate these negative acts were taking place so that we could assist and we could step in and we could intervene. Those children would never be punished. Those children are celebrated. Those children are appreciated. It's very common in a school for students to come to a school administrator with a videotaped act because they want something done about it. And that's never going to be a punishable offense at all. What we're trying to avoid, and what is very common, is students will, much like Ms. Mesker said, record a fight, upload it, and then ridicule the victim. And oftentimes what that causes is either another larger disturbance in the school, or it causes that student to want to leave school and drop out. So the essence of this is not at all for the student who is coming forth with information through video, pictures, or taping for us to intervene in a situation. It's merely to provide assistance in students for not being humiliated, harassed, and bullied as victims. That's all it is. The principals, every principal deals with this daily. We have several principals on our committee who are very active, longtime members, and they absolutely agree with this. And we have them in secondary and elementary who are part of our committee, as well as assistant principals.
Okay. Is there a sentence that we can add? Because we do say this does not apply to school-sanctioned events or activities that may warrant such recording. Can we add a sentence that makes it clear that they can record and not upload it?
I think we certainly could add a sentence that says recordings that are used to show evidence of negative actions that help with student safety would never be punishable, if that's agreeable to the board.
Okay.
I mean, I
like
think,
that.
okay, we can do that very easily.
Can you say that again?
We could put something in as to the effect of any sort of video recordings that students share that are to support school safety. For instance, showing a student being beat or bullied, showing that to administration so that administration can intervene, is not punishable and will not be consequenced by any means. It's very common in our schools.
It's got to be clear that they're sharing it with administration and not with another kid.
Absolutely, we can wordsmith that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. I mean, I think it's to me personally, it's like an unwritten rule that if a kid came and said, "Hey, this was happening in the locker room, a fight," you weren't going to get the kid in trouble to record it to show. But it is good to have it. I mean, in verbiage, and as long as we're making sure that I'd even add one that you're showing it to the administration. But also then delete it, right? So they can't say, oh, I showed it, and now I'm posting it on Twitter or on
Right.
Instagram
Good
or on
point.
TikTok.
Good point.
Or you could also get into some, I don't want them to say at Manatee Schools, posted on Twitter, a fight saying at Manatee Schools, and they're going to say, well, I reported it to the school via the handle of Manatee Schools. I mean, you know,
We could
I
put,
was
some,
a
we
kid
could put
once.
something to the effects of directly to an administrator.
Yeah.
Because the reality of the situation in the school is it's normally one or the other. They do the absolute right thing and come to the administrator, or they do the absolutely wrong thing and just post it and ridicule it. So, but that's a great point, and we could put taken directly to a school-based administrator or staff.
Yeah. Miss, sorry, I'm sorry, there were speakers. Miss Spray?
Yeah. The problem I have with this whole cell phone policy is it's in our policy not to even have them on from the time the bell rings in the morning till the time it stops in the afternoon. And you're not supposed to have your phone when classes are going on. And I understand the concern Ms. Foreman has. There's things that do go on inside a bathroom, the hallway. I mean, can be eyes in a bathroom, that's for sure. So kids are doing that. And I guess it's just messaging to our students, you cannot do this. It could be criminal. And that would be the red line, no pun intended, that they don't need to cross, because it could. I mean, you're putting so many people at risk when you do that. The kid that's instigating the incident or the one that's the victim of the incident. So, but I would encourage more the messaging on, you're not supposed to have your cell phone. Put it in your backpack, put it in your pocket, whatever. That's where I lean toward. I know we had extensive, trying to stop cell phones completely. There's schools out there that just do not allow them, period. And if that could be the model that we use in all of our schools, what a great place that would be. But again, there are cases that maybe we do need to look at that video. We didn't get the angle from our district video or whatever, but that could be beneficial. But I understand her concern about posting.
Yes, ma'am. And please remember, each case at every school is an individual basis. We consider everything individually, from
Right.
student to student, and incidents change. They have different varieties of situations, and we consider each one on an individual basis.
Right, and that's it. If it's working at one school and there's no reports and or referrals at one school, but there are a lot at this school, is it because of the phone? Is it because of this? What's going on? So I think phones are a huge distraction in class. Speaking for myself, I didn't have one. I didn't have one till all of us didn't have one till, but then we have the younger generations, that's all they've had. You go to a grocery store, what do you see? A child in a cart. They're being entertained by a phone. I used to open a box of cereal and give to my kids when I would shop. So it's a different climate. I understand Ms. Foreman's concerns, and maybe we just need to make the language a little stronger. What the adverse effect it could have, and I don't know if there's kind of legalities. I don't know. I just think that we need to have some kind of consequences if somebody does that. That would be the language I would add.
Yes, ma'am.
What-
And there are consequences assigned to our matrix
Right.
for uploading and cyber
Yeah,
harassment, anything like that. And
That's a
students are well aware of it because it's gone over in student group meetings, grade level assemblies. Administrators go throughout the classrooms at schools and speak with classes, both small group and large groups. So they're very well aware. We make them aware. It's very clear in our code of conduct.
Record and report.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the message I would say. If there's something that needs to be record and report. Teachers everywhere. Okay, that's all I had.
Thanks. Mr. Shannon?
Oh, Mr. Fryer.
Hey, how are you, sir? Nice to see you.
Thank you. We had this conversation also about additionally, students may not post to the internet recordings of fighting acts of bullying, assault or battery, whether staged or real, regardless of time or location, and that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
It was also, you know, I like to use analogies and I like to tell stories. So back in the spring of 2020, it was either Miami City or Miami-Dade County, they put a curfew on everybody, shut down businesses, and said basically you have to stay home. It was like a 6 or 8 week period from mid-April through May. And during that period, there were no murders. And it was the first time in since 1955 or something that they hadn't had any murders. Seemed like a good idea, well, if you tell people that you can't go places and you can't do things, basically we're going to restrict your liberty without due process of law. You can make things happen. We can violate people's constitutional rights and we can come up with some objective that we would like to achieve. Telling children, anybody, any citizen of the United States of America, you cannot take a video or a media product on your personal device and upload it to your social media, absent some criminal law that's been passed by the state that there's some criminal law that you're violating. Just the mere fact of we, the school system, are going to punish you because you were sitting at your house and a video that you took on campus, we're going to punish you for uploading it to your social media. Might be a good idea. You're right. It might lead to bullying, so whatever. But it's not constitutional. We cannot tell, and I've talked this over with a number of lawyers, and I know we have one sitting right here too, and I can get his opinion on it. But we can't tell citizens of the United States of America, you are not allowed to upload things to your social media account because we don't think it's a good idea, unless it's violating some criminal law or something. So, I mean, if we want to, if the rule above, as Ms. Spray brought up, says that you will not use, I need to put my glasses back on. If you're in possession of a non-district issued electronic items at school, they may only be used before the morning bell rings and after school, unless your school has adopted a policy further allowing or restricting the use of personally and electronic devices. So we have the policy right there that says keep them from the time the bell rings until the time it rings in the afternoon. You can't have them on, unless, of course, you can turn them on to record a fight, as Ms. Foreman says, and I'm not necessarily against that. So, well, we won't enforce the policy, even though it's not what it says. See, we've just gotten ourselves wrapped into these legal issues here where, well, you can't turn them on, and that's what the policy says, but if you turn them on to record a fight and you turn it into the principal, that'll be okay, we won't enforce the policy. But if you turn it on and you record a fight and you turn it into the principal, that's okay. But if you turn it on and record a fight and take it home and upload it in social media, then that's a problem and we're going to punish you. To me, it's just a legal mess, and I know it's unconstitutional, and I don't need to be a lawyer to tell people that they can't upload things that they've recorded on their personal media devices to their social media. We just don't have the legal authority to do, the constitutional legal authority to do that. So as much as I would like to find a way to keep bullying from happening, we just can't put rules out there like this that say, well, we're going to tell you you can't do it because it's a bad idea. So this whole section, I mean, I'd kind of said to myself, just let it go, because we had the discussion and there didn't seem to be a lot of, what would I say, support for that position about the constitutional issue, because we want to stop bullying. But this whole section really just is not well written, and I see it leading to problems where we have contradictory policies. Again, some lawyers that I've talked to have said that you can't tell people they can't upload things on social media unless they're violating some criminal law. I'm not going to support it just because this whole section, I think, needs to be reworded. And correct me if I'm wrong, what we're doing tonight is we're approving it, right? We've already put it out for public comment. We're actually here to either approve it or not approve it. So, okay. So I guess we could get Mr. Dye's, I'd like him to roll in on 2 questions if he would, which again, just because I respect Mr. Dye's legal opinion, but just because he says something doesn't necessarily mean it is the constitutional answer to the legal opinion. But first, I'd like to ask you the question, is it legal for the, it's not, in your opinion, is it constitutional for the school system to tell a student sitting at his home who has recorded something on campus, not that he did it, but to actually, is it, in your opinion, would it be constitutional for the school system to tell a student, you recorded that on campus, you're sitting at your house, you're not on school property, you can't upload it to your social media, unless he or she is violating some state statute or something like that?
Well, good evening, everybody. So I didn't work on the drafting of this, just so everybody knows.
Sure.
But I was here when we discussed it at the workshop. I'll get to your question in a second, but I think it'd be probably more helpful to avoid the constitutional issue and focus more on making the section read better, because I agree with you, it's not the way it's drafted is got problems, regardless of the constitutional issue.
Okay.
Because it's got, and you've pointed it out, and so has Ms. Spray. So we've got a rule that they've got to be turned off bell to bell, unless there's some conditions to it, unless there's a administrator gives permission to use the device. Well, that's to me hard to prove or enforce, or it's too subjective of what happened in a particular instance, right? So you have this rule that would be easy to enforce, but then you start having all these exceptions to it. Yeah. And then in a given messy situation, it's going to be all kinds of opinions of what happened, whether it was permitted or not. And where I think this is going in the state is not allowing use of these cell phones during school hours. That's where I think it's heading. We're not there yet, and most people aren't, but I think that's where it's heading. Because we all certainly got through without them, right?
We did.
We got through most of our career without them. I mean, they're pretty recent device. Just watch Seinfeld. Theirs are the flip-ups or whatever, you know. It's not that long ago, is it? I guess it is.
That's right.
But then you get down to where we're really focusing is the red line. And there's, I really, in reading this with y'all, there's problems with that language because you're already kind of banning it up at the top of the section. And then it doesn't really identify that this is an exception to the rule. Because you've got, it doesn't apply to school-sanctioned events that may warrant such recording. Well, what are those? Those aren't listed. So that's like a giant exemption, right? You know, I didn't understand I wasn't supposed to be recording that or whatever. And then you get into the one we're really focusing on, the acts of fighting, bullying. And Ms. Messenger saying, well, it doesn't really prohibit that. Well, I guess if your administrator says for your particular school, you're allowed to film that, right? Otherwise, they're banned bell to bell. So there is problems in this section. That we don't even get into whether you have a right to post something in general. We talked a little bit about, so people under the age of 18, children, they don't have the same rules as everybody until you're an adult. And especially when you're in businesses or governmental buildings or institutions, there's a whole other set of rules that you have to abide by. I mean, you have to go through the metal detector to come in here. Your Second Amendment right is forfeited, right? So schools have rules that affect your rights, I guess. And, you know, this isn't a definitive answer. It's kind of on the fly, but I think I think you could enforce a prohibition on posting something that you filmed while in school. I think that, yeah, that could be a rule that you violated that could be enforceable. You know, another thing is people use, we talk about bullying, but people use the video aspect of their phone as to kind of protect themselves from the bully. So it's not just being used by a bad actor who wants to post it to then sort of harm somebody else, but people now are using it as self-defense, that they're, and you're taking that away, that they're showing that they're being bullied. So it's a complex, very complex situation. But I agree that this red line section, I think, has problems. I think it's inconsistent with the general ban, bell to bell, unless it's clarified that these are exceptions to the rule. I think you're gonna, if you get into these situations, and they're common, I think legally that you've got issues of trying to enforce it.
Okay.
Does that help? Maybe
Sure.
not.
No, that was very good. So is there a difference in your mind between the act of recording on school property and then uploading it later on, sitting in your bedroom at home? Or are those two things in your mind equally, the school system has an equal ability to prohibit? Like if someone comes in here, for instance, even let's say a student comes in here and this actually is a school facility, and records a school board meeting, and then for whatever reason wants to show the world what happened, is that not prohibited by SMDC employee or facility, and then uploads it to the internet? Are we going to punish that student that for coming in here and?
Well, this would be a sanctioned event or activity.
Yes, if
could be okay.
If you're going to say there are appropriate times,
Mm-hmm.
I would, as a lawyer, would rather them be listed, so that there's
Okay.
some standards to it. Award
Sporting
ceremony,
event, award
yes,
ceremony.
recognition. You know, another one that comes to mind, a problem with this section is there's this ban on recording a school district employee or facility without written permission. Well, if you're recording anything, you're recording the facility, right? I mean, that's where you are. So there's another problem with that sentence. So if you're saying we can't record facility, they shouldn't, because it might show our security system or something inadvertently. That's problematic there.
What if you're recording a sporting event, a fight breaks out? So it's a sanctioned event, and the fight breaks out, and you say, here's what happened at the football game, you know, and someone just uploads it to their social media. Are we going to record them are we going to punish them for may not post to the internet recordings of fighting, acts of bullying, assault, or battery, whether staged or real, regardless of time or location? What if the media comes to them and says, hey, you're the only person that has this recording of this huge fight that happened at the football game? Or maybe there was a fight and then there was a shooting, and the media goes to that person and says, hey, we'd like to get this. There's just so many problems with this.
There is.
But that's a case-by-case basis, in my personal opinion.
To address that, though, the sporting event could be sanctioned.
Right.
But if you then focus on some fight in the stands, and then you post that to social media, I could see where that violates the policy. And I think back in our day, we couldn't have an internet and post things to it, but let's say you were bullying because you were calling on the phone to some kid's house and bullying him that way. Or sending notes or whatever, that used to be done, back when people wrote things on paper or whatever. And then you'd get punished for that, even though you were at home and you weren't at school, but you were bullying this other kid or whatever, or maybe not bullying, but harassing or whatever. So it's a little bit the same in my mind of that. And yes, you can have rules against doing that. But I think there's
What would you
I think there's
recommend?
problems in the language.
What would you recommend that we do here? That would you like to reword this section to make it legally sufficient, or what would your recommendation? Because we're stuck here right
Yeah.
now with
Well,
this
I don't-
language that's not, we don't really.
I think you can pass the overall item
Make an amendment.
and further review this, and just don't pass these changes. Because I think this needs a little more work. Just the electronic device part of it, I think needs more work. But, or you can pass it and still work on it.
Right, you can always update
yeah.
the student code of conduct throughout.
But I think it needs more work.
So we could, one option is to make an amendment to say we will approve the student code of conduct absent the electronic equipment section, which is about, looks like a half a page or so. And then what would happen at that point? Then the current policy would just stay in place? Would the current policy stay in place until such time as
Until final decisions are entered.
and then come back at another time and with some better wording for that section?
That one paragraph, I think, is the real problem, the one with all the redlining in it. That's the one that I don't think it's doing you any good how it's written in the right now.
Okay. And so we had a workshop on this already one time, and what are your thoughts on how to get to a solution? Because we workshopped it, and then we kind of thought we had a consensus, but I actually walked out of that meeting not really thinking there was a good consensus, that some of these things had been, because as Ms. Foreman said, she thought what she was going to see was something different. The words got reworded. We came back. It almost seems like if we're going to workshop this, we ought to, at the end of that meeting, there ought to be words that we all, when it comes to the board again for a vote, that we've all agreed on the wording, so that we don't have to do this maybe even again one more time. So what I was thinking is that procedure is to make an amendment, and I will maybe in a second, but I'm kind of bouncing off this off of you. Make an amendment to approve this without the electronic section, that whatever the rule is right now would stay the same, that then we would workshop this. That's not part of an amendment, but they would workshop it and come to some wording that we can all agree on before we bring it back to the board, to avoid having to have this discussion once again one more time. Or maybe you have some other, or somebody else has some other thoughts.
This is such a relevant issue, an important issue, that I think just your policy on cell phone usage warrants probably another workshop. And probably you should look at maybe what some other districts have done. And just pull just that one piece out and workshop just it. As we all see, it's complicated.
Okay.
But for tonight, we want a student code of conduct
Yeah.
before, when kids start here
Yes.
in less than a month. So in my opinion, we've got to have something in here. This may not be the end all be all, but we've got to have something to start August 10th. And for me personally, I would be okay with starting with this and moving in August to workshop it and figure out the remainder where to go. We're never going to get away from certain situations with cell phones unless cell phones are not allowed on campus or not allowed out of your book bags or purses, period. If we allow them anywhere, anytime out, you're going to always have a situation like, well, what if this or what if that? And we're going I don't feel like there's going to be a way that here's a board we can go through every single event and every single potential thing that could happen and put it in this policy. At some point, an administrator who we've trusted to hire is going to have to make a call on something, and unless we say cell phones are gone and you can't have a cell phone out, period, the end. But we can have that discussion. It'll be a good one. There'll be a lot of public comment. There'll be a lot of concerns, a lot of moms, a lot of people in here, and that's okay. This is what we're here for. But I don't know. Is that a constitutional right that we're taking away someone's cell phone to have that access? I don't know. So I think with this situation, we get into a lot of gray area. Either way we slice it.
So are you saying then that we could pass this tonight with kind of the understanding amongst the board that we will rework this section at a workshop in the near future then?
I would do, yeah.
So that there is at least some policy in place to go forward with.
That would be mine. Yeah, we've got August is the second week of August. The second one, the workshop of August is wide open. So it'd be still relatively beginning of school. But I fear that if we don't have a student, if we don't have anything ready to go, we can't give out anything to the students.
Right, that's
my
my concern as well, because I get questions daily on when will the 23-24 code of conduct be ready so that we can inform our parents and our
And
students.
I'd rather
That is
have
a true issue.
something in the code of conduct rather than nothing when it comes to recording, etc. So, I mean.
Yep, I think you can live with this till you refine it and make it better.
Looks like Dr. Weissong, if you want to be an option.
Chairman, thank you. Board members, good discussion. I think one thing to remember is that the language that was proposed came from a group of educators, right? The people dealing with these challenges every day. And certainly they are responding to the feedback they're getting and the kind of real challenges of running a school every day. Whether the board wants to accept the changes for now and then workshop or strike and run with the policy with the rest of the language, I do want to be sure we allow enough time to go back to that group of educators who can certainly listen to the discussion that you've had as policymakers and then bring to that workshop multiple options for you to look at so that they can, again, apply some of these real-world situations that we're talking about. To the chairman's point, we could probably dive in and prescribe a lot of things, but then you end up with a 200-page code of conduct that nobody can decipher, right? So it's all about the balance of length and clarity and administrative discretion. So I think we can go either route, but I just want to be sure that we have enough time for our people in the trenches dealing with this to weigh in and to give you some options that they think would be viable, so that we're not here trying to craft language that then may not work in the field. So,
thank you.
Yep.
So
I cut you off. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to you.
So, I mean, that's a great idea to have some actual people during the workshop, because a lot of times what happens, my sense in the workshop is there's a predetermined way of doing something. It's been discussed by the staff. The person who's representing that position comes to us and says, here's what we want to do. And it's like, and then the option is do it or don't do it. Or we figure out some different way of doing it up here, what I would rather have during a workshop is when when the Air Force, in the military, maybe in other organizations too, but that's my reference point, is the leader would come with COAs, option number 1, option number 2, option number 3, and then it was a variety, from this is the most expensive one to this is the least expensive one, and here's something in between. And this could be something like, here's the least restrictive, here's the most restrictive, here's something in between. This addresses your constitutional issues about restricting children's behavior off campus because they're really not loco in parentis anymore once they're off campus, and have the experts in the room to have that discussion with us instead of just, here's our proposed wording, kind of take it or leave it or fix it yourself. So if we have a workshop, it'd be nice to really have a discussion with experts and COAs that we can look at, as you suggested, Dr. Weissong. So, unless
Chairman, if I may, if you were to have that type of workshop, you would want to keep it for the 23-24 school year to this narrow topic.
Right.
Because what we don't want to do is make a major shift after August 10th, right? A clarification is something we can deal with, but making a major policy shift once the school year has started is really challenging, for our principals, our teachers. But the conversation about that narrow provision that could change a little bit in 23, 24 may then illuminate what the future steps are looking toward 24, 25, and what the board wants to do with, as Mr. Dye said, a really major question that impacts a lot of stakeholders.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't implying that next workshop, 2 weeks into school, we're banning cell phones. Because if I was a teacher, yeah, I mean, that's, and I do want to make sure, you know, Mr. Schreier, and to Mr. Tatum's point, and Dr. Weissong brought it up, this wasn't like just you coming up with these with us. I mean, you've been working behind the scenes with other staff,
Right,
principals, et cetera, to
absolutely.
create
Principals,
that.
assistant principals, parents, all school-based staff. We start in January gathering information and looking at trends and listening to what people have to say, and then we come together as a group and start trying to make some decisions, and then of course goes through superintendent up to y'all. Our focus is, number one, is always going to be safety for our students. We have to have the safest learning environment possible for all of our children. So this is where this is based in. And I understand that there's rights and all that, but we have to secure safe environments for our students. That's the spirit of this.
Ms. Spray, you were letting me speak.
I got to keep going back to the first line of this. If you're in possession of a non-district issued electronic item at school, then they may not be used before the bell or after the school, unless your school has adopted a policy. So right here, I want to stop there. Unless your school. We are adopting policies for all of our schools right here. Am I correct? Or is a school creating their own policies beyond what we're doing? So that line bothers me a little bit there. You know, if this principal or this administration at this school says no cell phones whatsoever, I know what the policy says at the district level, but at this school, it's no cells whatsoever. But this school says, oh yeah, take out your cell phone and Google the definition of this word.
There would be no situation where there'd be no cell phones altogether. Schools differ slightly on what they allow for usage depending on the principal, depending on what the instructional momentum is. There are times when I've been in schools where cell phones could be used in the cafeteria. I've been in schools where they couldn't. I've been in schools where they could be used between class, outside the building, not inside buildings. So there is a degree of flexibility from school to school. There would never be a situation that I've been involved in where there were absolutely no cell phones allowed on campus.
I mean, in all other instances, they are to be kept turned off and out of sight on school grounds. Unless an administrator, again, to Mr. Dye's point, do we ever have an attorney look at this policy to see?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out this thing. Is there a constitutional attorney that looks at it, to Mr. Tatum's point? A school board?
Actually, he was part of our committee.
He was part of this committee?
Always. We would always have legal representation on our committee.
Right. Right, but then, to Mr. Tatum's point, there's different kinds of attorneys. There's constitutional attorneys, there's civil attorneys, there's criminal attorneys.
Is our general counsel.
Is our general counsel, right, which.
It was Mr. Teitelbaum.
It was Mr. Teitelbaum, okay, because this language to me is a little messy, because this was one of the policies that I looked at when I first got here. It's just too odd to me that we are saying you cannot have unless, and of course, it says down here, if there's an emergency even, parents are not to call their students if there's a mass event at a school. Don't be calling your students. Well, they're going to call their child to see if they're okay. So I would almost say to, adopt the policies, with the exception of this section, to be workshopped. And, I mean, we can always default to the old policy, that's not the red line. We can default to that and just workshop this word to word, and all of us get on the same page of what it should be, because I just keep going back to the same thing, the first line. And then you start adding all these exceptions, except at sanctioned event, except on, but you can't do it on school property. So it's just, it's what is it? So we're adults. Imagine a student reading this and they're like, wait, what? And a parent, okay, go back to the first line. So maybe we need to redefine the first line. Maybe that's it.
Every school, starting up at every school, you know from the beginning of the year what the rules are. So if a principal allows or a principal does not, they know assembly every year. You know during passing you're allowed to have a headphone in or not. So they know. They can't say, oh, this conduct. They know from the school. It's announced.
They will have grade level assemblies,
Day one.
building assemblies. Like I said, administrators will go class to class, and most of the schools I were in your first week, the expectation is that you get in each and every classroom and you discuss topics. And cell phone usage is always going to be a hot topic in a school, especially a high school, middle school as well. So they're very, very aware. Then also, keep in mind there's a point of time when there's counseled and warned. We're talking to them in the hallways, hey, you know, that's not the policy, so they can grow into the policy as the school year moves on. So they're very well aware because, like I said, it's a very, very hot topic.
It is, and to Mr. Tatum's point, individual rights, but we'll have rules in every environment we're in. You know, that's just, you gotta go to that too. And this is mostly high schools, middle high school, and don't think, you know.
It's mostly middle and high.
Middle and high, and I would even say, okay, even in high, which grades are more prone to problems than middle? Probably the higher end of middle. The kids just came out of elementary, they're going into middle school, so it's probably, you know, the 8th grade. Then in high school, it kind of comes back, then it goes up to. So I just think that we should pull this policy and rework it and get the players in here with us. I didn't attend any of the meetings where policy was written. It was just presented to us as a workshop. Here, this is what it is. We were emailed, I pulled and printed, okay, I'm not sure, but that was the one that always caught my attention, was the cell phone one. So, Ms. Foreman, I thank you for bringing it up, because I think there's a lot of debating on this, not only here, but out in the community.
Mr. Tatum was lit back up, messenger Foreman.
Okay.
One more thing for you, Dr. Weissong, is maybe your staff goes back and looks at this, is the part where it says neither the school nor school staff members are responsible for any such items if they are lost, stolen, broken, or damaged. That basically means that they're confiscated. So, again, I brought this up in the workshop, but taking people's private property with the government taking that and just, well, we lost it. We stepped on it and broke your $1,000 Apple cell phone. Sorry about that. It's your fault because you pulled it out at school. I just, again, you know, if we confiscate somebody's personal property, we, as a government, we have a duty to return it to them in the same state that we found it in. And well, the idea of, well, you know, you pulled out your cell phone and took a selfie of yourself. We grabbed your phone, and then, you know, we dropped it, and somebody stepped on it, and now your $1,200 iPhone that you got for Christmas doesn't work anymore. Sorry, that's the punishment you get because you pulled out your cell phone and took a selfie at school or something. I have a real problem with that too. So that's just, yeah, that's confiscation of property without what I would call due process of law, and then not returning it back to, you know, people in the way. We have a duty, if we confiscate people's property, to return it back to them in the state that we found it. So I'm just making that point, and I would like that to be a part of the discussion that we eventually have. So
Absolutely, yes, sir. And we have very clear protocols, though, so you're aware of when we confiscate and the steps and the measures that we take for that not to happen.
Okay. Well, then maybe we could have the wording in there that says the school system is responsible for returning confiscated property in the condition in which we found it. I'd rather it say that than, yeah, if we break it or drop it or throw it in the trash can or step on it and break it, sorry. That's just your, that's your slap on the hand for pulling out your.
But then if a student has, and this is like the what ifs, like what if a student has a cracked screen, he says, oh, I didn't have a cracked screen. And then we're going to the teacher to say, yes, you did. I saw it. Then we're going to go back and, I mean, no, I hear what you're saying. I just think we're going to be able to what if every possible thing there is, whatever we create, unless it's one thing, and that's eliminating cell phone. Miss Messenger, you were lit up, and then Miss Mormon.
I just feel like we're redebating everything on this page again. I'm just looking for a pathway forward so that we can move forward. There's no reason to keep debating this. It's like we've already had this debate, and we've already been given a pathway forward. Let's just move forward, and we can have this conversation a different day. It seems like we already have a pathway forward. We don't need to keep giving our opinion on this. To me, it seems not what this board would want to remove this policy, number one, or to revert back to the old policy, because the old policy is actually more restrictive than the current one in front of us. That does not make sense. It does not seem representative of what this board wants to do or is going towards to do either one of those two options. The best option to me seems like we improve what's in front of us. And then, as Dr. Wysong has said, he can bring options to us. We can have another discussion later on about the wording of this, have our attorney weigh in on it. That to me, like, we don't need to keep hashing out what we like or what we don't like about this. There will always be something we want to change about anything that comes before us. That's what happens when you get a bunch of politicians sitting up here. We all want to just talk about whatever and talk about mays and shalls and whatever, like wording about something. We just need to find a way to move forward at this point, I think, and not keep hashing this out, because we can have a time later where we hash this out. So I don't want to call it a question because you said Mrs. Foreman wants to talk, but I'm this close because we have a way forward. We can move forward with this. We can have a discussion at a different time and hash this out again if we need to hash it out again, refine the language more, which it really is to me, it's some refining. Because as the chair said, a lot of this is a case by case by the administrator, by the teachers, using common sense. We trust them, we rely on them to do that. And they do that. We have wonderful administrators that will do that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You'll like what I have to say, and that is, this is what was published with the agenda for the public hearing, and I think we are, at this point, obligated to vote up or down on the whole thing, and then come back later, as Dr. Wysong said, and I love the idea of the people in the trenches. Let them tell us the options and the scenarios that could happen, and so just get their input. So yes, I
think they were the ones.
Thank you.
I mean, I think they were the ones that were.
They were.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, to reiterate, this committee has principals, assistant principals, parents, teachers, members of the community on this committee, and we start in January, like I said, gathering information. The changes that we're referencing here, the spirit of that is from the actions that were taken this school year. So what happens is actions happen during the school year, and then that flows into our work in the code of conduct. But it's always, like Mr. Choate said, it's always a group effort. It's all people in the trenches. That's exactly the people that we recruit for the Code of Committee. And they are, and I'm very proud of them, they are our high flyers. They're the people who really want to go the extra mile. They're very interested in student well-being and student safety. So that's what drives this committee, and that's what drives these suggestions.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Seems like we're ready to move forward, reconvene back with this, and look at this policy again. So we'll go ahead and vote on approval of adopting amendment to Code of Student Conduct for 23-24 school year. Go ahead and cast your votes now.
Can't get there. My screen's frozen. I don't know what's going on. Here we go. Here we go.
Got it. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Schreier. And moves us on to, let me close the regular meeting once again. And we're going to open up the public meeting, public hearing, excuse me. And again, this is anyone who would like to publicly comment on the proposed changes to the student progression plan for 23-24 school year. You may do so now, even if you didn't sign up. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and reconvene the regular meeting. And Superintendent Wysong?
Yes, I recommend approval of the 2023-24 student progression plan for elementary school, middle school, high school, and K through 12 virtual education. Chair, I'll just note on the published agenda, there was a typographical error. It said 22-23, but obviously we're approving for 23-24. So just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you very much. And again, this was something workshop as well. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the student progression plan for 23-24 school year? Seeing no speakers. Seeing no speakers, let's go ahead and vote on the approval of the 23-24 student progression plan for elementary, middle, high school, and K through 12 virtual education, and that passes 5-0. Moves us on to closing this regular meeting and opening the public hearing for the board to hear public comments regarding the 23-24 tentative millage and tentative budget and answer questions related thereto. Any public comment on the tentative millage and tentative budget? Even if you didn't sign up, you may comment. Nobody. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting. Dr. Wysong, item number 6, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend approval of adopting the 2023-2024 tentative millage rate of 6.4210.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. I do want to just make sure we all know, like, this is tentative. I know sometimes we've had some public commenters always talk about what we're passing here and what we passed in September, and this is tentative. All right, let's go. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry. Any more discussion on the budget?
I was just going to say, oh, maybe is this part of your presentation now, or is it next?
Right.
Whichever one you want. I had it going for next, but you can come on up. Absolutely.
Kind of both.
Yeah, it's kind of both on it. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, good evening. Okay, so the purpose for tonight's hearing is the adoption of the millage rate of 6.421 and the tentative budget of approximately 1.35 billion. Now, the final budget and millage will be presented in the final hearing on September 5th. And this is the second official step of the truth in millage budget process. We've had the workshops that followed up with a look at the general fund revenues and that were projected for 23-24. We've had a variety of things presented to the board in incremental layers of the budget for 2024 in comparison to 23. We discussed the FEFP revenue changes, the FRS rate increase, the increases in the Florida Empowerment Program, and the rolled up categoricals into the BSA. And on September 19, DOE did certify the RLE, which is 3.172. We couldn't complete the documents for the ad without that. So the advertisement notified the public about tonight's meeting so that the public could make comment. And we will discuss what the rollback rate is and the history of the millage rates. We'll discuss the proposed millage rate and answer questions, and then we will move on to the adoption of the millage rate first, and then the adoption of the tentative budget. So this slide is of the truth in millage state requirements for the advertisement and hearings for the millage rate and budget. And tonight is the tentative budget hearing. What's important about tonight's action is that the information goes to the property appraiser and tax collector. The tax collector prepares the notices of the proposed millages and sends that out to the taxpayers. And this slide is of the requirement for the final budget hearing. This district is scheduled for September 5th. And this presentation here is of the current millage rate with the taxes to be raised. Now we're presenting it with two columns, and that's because there's different parts in the requirements of the advertisement that one presents the use with 96% of the tax collections and another on 100%. So the millage rate to be levied exceeds the rollback rate by 14.45%. So the rollback is the amount of property taxes owed if no change to the taxing authority budget occurs. So the calculated millage rate of 6.421 is 14.45% greater than the calculated rollback rate. So again, it's calculated based on as if there had been no increase in the assessed value of property. Now for this district, it has a significant increase in its gross taxable property value. So we'll be collecting more in taxes, and even though we've got a reduction in that millage rate. So here is a presentation of the millage rate trends. The blue bar is the RLE, which has been declining year after year. It is the biggest portion of the total millage rate. And if the district doesn't levy the RLE, then the district cannot participate in the FEFP program unless the rate is assessed. So assuming that every district is going to levy the RLE, that's what the legislature assumes when it releases its first calculation at the end of the session. So the dollars per student calculation assumes that the district will levy that millage rate. So there relatively is no flexibility with the local school boards to be able to change that millage rate. Now another important millage rate is the gold bar. That is the voted referendum. The taxpayers in Manatee County voted to authorize the board to levy the 1 mill. And this is categorized, it's inflexible, and it's kind of treated like a little bit like a grant in a way. And then another component is the 1.5 mil, that's the gray bar. Now the district is levying the maximum amount allowed. This revenue is used to support the capital projects. That's the new construction, the renovation of existing facilities, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, technology, and the maintenance of the facilities. Now, this is an important millage levy to stay in competition with the other neighboring districts. And then the final component of the total millage is the orange bar. That's 0.748 mil. And this is the supplemental discretionary amount. This is also set by the legislature. This benefits the general fund. It's included in the FEFP. And it's an assumption that it's going to be levied. And it's included in all of the calculations that the legislature performs when determining the district's per student funding. And it allows to pay for salaries and hopefully remain competitive. So at this point, I wanted to make an important point to make it clear to the community that the board doesn't have a whole lot of flexibility in terms when it comes to what can be done with the monies. So the district constraints are established by the legislature. So this year, the district was mandated to increase retirement contributions, rolled up some categoricals into that BSA, and increased categorical programs. So in summary, the district can't control how much it receives, and then coupled with requirements tacked on, it's a challenging process to develop a budget year to year when we don't know what we're going to be receiving the following year, and equally hard to plan for long-term in the general fund. Okay, so this slide is a new one that probably wasn't presented in the prior year, but we wanted to show the effect of rollback, and the next slide will show what it currently is. So this particular slide shows that with a rollback, the effect is with the decrease in the total millage rate because of the decrease in the RLA in column C, it's indicating no increase in assessing the property values, that the average tax would have decreased by $25. However, so this slide actually shows the rollback effect with the increase in property value. So the value in taxable, the change in the taxable value on average increased from 251,000 to 296,000, a 17.7% increase, and exemptions are included, so that's why the net is the same. And then the millage rate is going to be 6.522 in total, from 6.522 down to the 6.421. That's a 1.55% decrease. So the annual taxes on average increased $261 a year, and we've got the proposed millage rate exceeds the rollback by 14.45%. And now the next three slides is the millage resolution that is in the format that is provided by DOE. The taxable property rate is 72.1 million for Manatee County, and this resolution actually splits out the millage rate by the different categories and the taxes to be levied for each, and it's informative for both the board and the community. So let's see, I'll show you the rest of those. Don't know if you saw the ad in the newspaper on Saturday. Okay, so do you guys have any questions?
I do have, Mr. Tatum is lit up too.
All righty.
Hello, Ms. Sellers.
Hello.
Always technically interesting to speak with you, so. Can you try to put it in more layman's terms, what the rollback rate means and what it means to say that we are, whatever it says there, the total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rolled back rate by 14.5%.
Yes, so the rollback rate is the amount of the property taxes if no change is made to the taxing authority budget. So, and its calculation is actually the sum of both the state and the local millage tax, millage rate divided by the state and local rollback rate. Minus 1 multiplied by 100 will get you 14.45%. So anyhow, I actually went ahead and did those calculations to find what that was, to see was it really 14.45%. So anyhow, but so basically the rollback is what would the rate be if there had not been an increase in the property values?
What would the total millage
would have been
rate be?
Yeah, and so there would have been a decrease, so that's what slide 7 was for, was to actually show you if there hadn't been any property decrease, since we had a decrease in the RLE, we would have seen a decrease in annual taxes. But because the property values raised so much, even though the rate decreased, people are seeing an increase in their property taxes.
I understand that. I still don't understand what 14 exceeds the rolled back rate by what is 14.45% above what? Above
above the rate if it had not had a change.
Okay.
I keep saying the same thing over again. So,
maybe it's technically beyond my ability to really try and figure out. At this point, you and I maybe could sit down. You could go talk real slow and try to help me understand. The bottom line is we're going to collect more taxes because property values went up.
right,
But
even though the rate went down,
the rate went down. Okay, got it.
the property taxes went up. So, so on the rollback, if the property taxes hadn't gone, if the property values hadn't gone up, the residents would have seen a decrease in their property taxes.
Which makes sense, right?
So, and that difference between those two is the 14.45%.
So the millage, the overall millage that we're going to impose went down, but average property values went up. Ergo, the average property value on page 8 is $296,552, and so on the average property value, the property taxes will go up $261.19, and that's a 15.9% increase in property taxes on the average property at $296,552. That I can at least figure out. Okay,
Yes.
great. All right. Next question I have for you is, why have we not included in our numbers here the 0.05 half a cent sales tax? Is that because we included the millage, which was voted at 1.0 additional operational millage voted? Why do we not have the 0.0 or 1/2 cent sales tax somewhere in, or is it necessary to have it?
I am not quite sure why we don't have the half cent. I know that it wasn't in the prior year, so
Help me understand.
that would be,
That's a sales tax, it's not a property tax.
Okay.
oh,
And
So that's what it's
it's based on spending.
Yeah, it's not a
You go to
millage.
the grocery, or go to Walmart and buy something, you're gonna pay a sales tax. And we get point.
Okay. So it's not something, it's not part of the 6.421 because this is an imposed millage on property, and that is a sales tax, ergo it doesn't show up in this.
correct. She answered it very well for me. So-
Sharon, and these public hearings are in the statute for these property taxes that we're having this evening.
Right. So we don't have to talk about sales tax, but we have to talk about property tax.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
We did happen to actually incorporate that when we were talking about the budget, though. When we
Remember
were
that.
doing
Yeah.
I just was wondering why it wasn't showing up, and now I understand, because legally we have to talk apparently about property taxes,
millage.
but we don't have to talk about sales tax. Now I understand.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you
That's
very
all I have.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nobody else is,
I did, actually. I didn't.
oh,
Yeah, I want to thank you for saying the reason your taxes are going up based on slide number 8 is because your property value went up. If you look at what the rates that are being charged through the district, they actually went down. So I already got feedback. Oh, they're raising your taxes by 15.9%. I'm like, well, no, not really. Depends on where you fall on your property value. I mean, it's one of those scenarios when if you're ready to sell, you want your property value to go up, but when you're ready to buy, you want the property value lower. So that's kind of like what people need to remember when we're looking at this. And then too, your point of saying it's on your slide with the, what number was it? I like that you put that together, number 6. That shows the biggest bucket, and the bucket from what the legislators have said that we can collect legally has gone down consistently. But if you went back to look at the values of homes in 1718, they were not as valued as they are today in 2023. So it kind of, if you did the average over the years, your home value's pretty much gone up, and your taxes have kind of gone up with that, but not the actual what we are allowed to charge. So some people have said, well, you're raising our taxes, and I'm like defending it, and I'm all about lower taxes, of course, but I'm glad you explained it that way publicly so that people will know. And I did not see that it was actually advertised yet, but I kind of knew it was going to come. So I just wanted to say thank you for those little comments because that's all I had. I'm like, I want to make sure people know your property value going up. That's why your tax bill's going up. So.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks. I know
Yeah.
it's been crazy the last several months with the budget, and we appreciate that. Appreciate your help. And to Ms. Spray's point, and you said it too, that we're told what we have to levy. County gets to dictate. The county commission gets to dictate what they levy. They can pick a number. We can't pick a number. So, or else we don't get anything from the state. So, but appreciate your hard work. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
I have no other speakers. So we had a motion. We had a second. I believe for some reason mine doesn't show a motion in a second.
I did a motion.
Yep. Ms. Foreman, Ms. Messenger, seconded.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go ahead and vote on item 11.6, which is the approval of adopting the 2023-2024 tentative millage rate of 6.4210. That passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 7, Superintendent.
Yes, I recommend approval of adopting the 2023-2024 tentative budget in the amount of $1,358,701,090.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I know we've workshopped this. Any questions on the budget? Any comments on the budget? Oh, never mind. I see 3. Ms. Messenger, Mr. Tatum, and Ms. Foreman.
I didn't necessarily have any questions, but I just wanted to highlight that we've had multiple workshops, and I know how much time it has taken to present to all of us, and thank you for getting to this to us as quickly as possible. And I appreciate your effort and your time, and just to reiterate to the public, we've had multiple workshops where we have discussed this, and this is not even the final. We'll have another one later, so thank you.
Mr. Tatum?
Quick question, Ms. Sellers. This total number here, 1.358 billion, does that include whatever we project getting in federal grants and things like that? Does that include that? I mean, it's probably buried in this book here, and I've looked through it, but so it's actually above and beyond what the state gives us for state money, above what we collect for local taxes. That actually includes what we're planning on getting from federal grants and federal sources and things like that.
Yes, and actually on the book that you guys have, right after the table of contents is the letter, and it actually splits at least the by general, capital, debt, special revenue. Remember, that's the federal grants.
Can you tell me where that is again? I see the page. So when it says special revenue,
Okay, that's it, special revenue. That is the grants.
Those are the grants. Okay, great.
Where the grants are at. And then remember internal services, that is the health and the workers' comp, and then we have trust and agency.
And trust and agency again, can you remind me what?
Like the MTC scholarships and donations.
Thank you. Those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Foreman?
Yeah, actually, I have a request.
Okay.
First, a reminder, June 30th, we need to get another report on the ESSER funds. You recall we're tracking ESSER funds being used for recurring expenses. Dr. Wysong, we get that every quarter, okay? So I'm
Yes, I think we're doing the year end, so I believe that is.
Well, and I know you've been a little
set
busy.
to but that is on the calendar. I think it's in August.
The other thing, and this is the request, has to do with the millage referendum. I know that we get a report from Citizen Financial Oversight Committee after the fact, after the year is up. But I was very surprised today to hear that those camps are all paid for by ESSER, because I was that was my impression that those camps were part of the referendum, and so therefore I would like to see the budget pull out of the budget just what's going to be spent under the referendum, okay? And then give us a report on that. Would that be all right?
Yep,
Yes, we can do that.
we can do that. Yes.
So I just would want to say, I remember, I don't know how many months ago it was, but when they presented those camps, and it was ESSER, 100%.
Was it Esther?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
I
they
am
were
getting
putting in
old.
for. No,
Oh.
it's okay. But yeah.
Okay.
But I understand where you're coming from. Why would, yeah.
Why
can't
are
the
we paying for
yeah.
that of ESSER when?
In the referendum, that's what we have it for.
Yes, yes. Well, and if we have to spend ESSER and we're running out of stuff to spend ESSER on, I can understand that. But let's see what we're actually using referendum for.
Right.
What we're budgeting as
Yes.
opposed to what we spent. So,
Right.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Tatum?
While you're standing there, Ms. Sellers, do we have an estimate yet? I'm just curious. Our fiscal year ended 30 June, is that correct?
Yes.
Do we have an estimate of what the general fund operating budget was at the end of the balance in the budget there, off the top of your head? Do you remember? I'm just curious how we ended the year.
Well, they are still working on, we just had year-end closing. Well, actually, I think she's getting ready to shut it down she said at 5:45, so, today. So,
An hour ago.
haven't seen a final report on that one yet, but, we'll be able to get that probably short.
But wasn't it roughly like, when we were talking about, was it roughly like 7? Is that what you're
In the
asking about?
general fund, or were you?
General fund, yeah, I was looking for it, something today in one of our documents said something about, it's up around $40 million or something like that in the general.
I meant percentage, like, I was talking percentage, sorry, not.
Oh, you mean assigned, unassigned, that type of percentage, or?
Yeah, here it is. It says revenues, this is from the financial summary. Revenues exceeded expenditures and transfers by approximately 48 million through the beginning of the unassigned fund balance as of 1 July 2022 was 31.4 million. The district's unassigned fund balance is projected to be a positive 58.7 million by June 30th, 2023. I'm just curious, is that how how it turned out, or we don't know yet because we haven't run all the numbers?
It could still be in that ballpark at this point in time, but
Okay.
I've honestly seen so many numbers, I don't think I
That's
could
okay, Ms.
actually,
Sellers.
so
A lot of numbers.
be able to throw that one out right now, but I think I really can't right now because I know that I've been looking at the 23, 24 projections at this point, so
You can get it to us.
we can get it to you guys.
And then what percentage what percentage that gives us as reserves? It'd be interesting to know, just to.
Okay, we can definitely get that.
Again, so I'm understanding and learning the reserve amount is just basically the general fund balance at the end of the fiscal year compared to our total operating budget, but not capital budget. Is that correct or not correct?
Well, the district has us, remember when we were doing some review, they do pay attention to the assigned versus the unassigned in the general fund. That's one related to that one policy.
Okay.
Remember where you have to, the state requires 3%, a board policy says 5%. And so we've got that. Now, there are those are particular categories that the general fund would be in. And then we also have, they'll have encumbrances, there's reserve for the inventories and that kind of a thing. So those are separate parts of the general fund, fund balance, each in separate different categories. And as we get a preliminary, we would be able to get that information back out to you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Spray?
To Ms. Borman's point about the millage, I know that there's, I know the committee's real interested in seeing every single thing through that. And again, they've actually migrated from, okay, they're modifying the report, but they've also looked at things that we have already done for the first half of last year. So I'd be interested to see and I know that there's been a request by school to be looked at too, so that might be.
We're getting close to being able to have that report for her.
Oh, okay.
CFOC.
Right.
We just needed to wait for the year-end
Yeah.
closings to be able to give her the report, because she did ask for some specific detail
Right.
that we were going to be able to provide for her.
And
yes.
I'm glad that we're able to do that a
Yeah.
little better now, because it was a little difficult, you know.
It might
so.
be something we'll be able to address hopefully next week for her.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That was all I wanted to mention.
All right, thank you very much. Looks like that's all the questions. So we've got our motion and our second. Let's go ahead and vote on approval of adopting the 2023-2024 tentative budget in the amount of $1,358,701,090. I said it right?
You did.
She was looking at me like I didn't say it right. And that passes 5-0. I am going to close the meeting and open up the meeting of the leasing corporation. And this item, the only item we have here in the leasing corporation, is the approval to install Superintendent Jason Wysong as the new secretary, treasurer, and registered agent for Manatee County or Manatee School Board Leasing Corporation. Do I have a motion for that approval?
So moved.
I have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Before we vote, I do want to read this statement. Under the Articles of Incorporation for the Manatee School Board Leasing Corporation, the members of the not-for-profit corporation are the members of the school board. The Articles of Incorporation provide that the board of directors, unless changed by the membership, are the members of the school board. The officers are the president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. The articles also provide that the chair of the school board is the president, the vice chair is the vice president, and the secretary treasurer is the secretary of the school board, which is the superintendent. So that is, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Didn't think so. I think we all know what we're going to vote to add our new secretary, Superintendent Jason Wysong, and that passes 5-0. So I am closing the meeting of the leasing corporation and reopening back up the meeting for tonight. And I'm going to put us on a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
And we are back, ready to go. Moving on, we do not have any public comment on 13, 14, no discussion of pulled consent when we were doing the agenda approval. So item number 15, new business, non-consent items. Item number 1, recommendation from Superintendent Weissong.
Yes, I recommend approval of the budget amendments for May 2023.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Ms. Sellers, would you like to come up and present those to us, please?
All right, so the month of May started the starting the cleanup, as you would say, for some of the records. So a lot of amendments that you're seeing are reflecting of the beginning stages of that. More to come in June. So there were 806 budget amendments and 9,707 chart strings affected. So for the chart string items over $1 million that were affected, we had in the general fund, we had an effect of a higher investment income. So there was, which reflected an increase of 1.2 million. Then in the debt service related to the COPS, cost of issuance fees, transfer from the capital fund to pay for that over into the general fund, 1.2 million. And then in the capital fund, we saw about 20 chart strings, which was part of the preparation for that year-end cleanup, moving projects over from 2023 to 2024. And 2 of those were related to project identification for those COPs of 175 million. And then we had 3 other chart strings that were related to reclassifying in the COPS budget from the principal to show for the premium portion, which was 23.2 million. And that portion had transferred to the debt service, as I had just mentioned, for the cost of issuance fees, 1.2 million. Then in the special revenue, we had 13 chart strings that were affected, which reflected additional IDEA revenues, that's a particular grant, and ESSER grant salary adjustments. And the IDEA was one chart string, 1.2 million. And in the ESSER grant, that was the other 12 chart strings reflecting salary adjustments to cover negative budget balances in cost centers.
Thank you.
Oh, well, I can go over the functions now if you would like for me to detail some of those functions. Some of them are repetitive because in the debt service and the capital, both in the debt service and capital fund, you saw those same transfers for those reasons, the COPS, the cost of issuance, and reclassifying the projects. And in the general fund, we saw the revenues increase 1.8 million, mainly for that investment income. There was also some increases in the VPK revenue received. And then special revenue, as I mentioned before, 2.4 due to amendments and related to IDEA, Title II, Pell, and ESSER 3. Also in instructional function, there was an increase of 4.1, mainly due to the ESSER 3 lump sum grant amendment. And there was a federal cash advance related to IDEA, 1.1 million. So that was pretty much that in total. It's a lot. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay.
Or anything lit, so I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote for the approval of the budget amendments for May 2023. And that passes 5-0. Item number 2, Superintendent.
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position of District Threat Management Coordinator.
So moved.
A second.
We We have a motion and a second. Superintendent, if you wouldn't mind, just for the public's sake, I know you've addressed us, but just explain a little bit what that threat management coordinator is.
Thank you, Chairman. Board members, due to some upcoming changes that the Florida Department of Education is rolling out, including a shift in the method that is used at the school and district level to assess threats that are received, we will be required to retrain all of our school-based teams that serve as currently threat assessment teams, soon to be threat management teams, and there will be additional review of all of the data and the decision-making that's made by those teams. And so when we met as a leadership team to look at all of the additional responsibilities, as well as the obligations under some forthcoming rulemaking, we felt that it was necessary to have one person focusing on threat management. We do also have to name a specific threat management coordinator or designee for the school district of Manatee County. And again, in analyzing those responsibilities, we felt that giving that additional work to an existing staff member would not be in our best long-term interest. So we felt that the new job description and allocation was necessary.
Thank you. Is this something that we will work with charter schools with, or do they have to have their own their own management?
We are required to ensure that charter schools are complying with the threat management responsibilities that are in statute and state board rule. And so we'll be providing that training to the charter schools and supporting their efforts as well.
Okay. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, was there funding provided for this by the legislature?
I believe that's included in the FEFP, not separately allocated.
Gotcha. Yep. Thank you. Ms. Spray, you're the.
I see where direct reports to student support services or assigned administrator. Is Mr. D'Amico involved with this role at all? I mean,
yes, Vice Chair, and one of the reasons why that was, noted that way is that with the transition and the naming of new personnel, right? The board has approved the filling of the two deputy superintendent roles, new general counsel coming on. One of the things that the cabinet and I will be working on is looking at some of these functions that cross the org chart and determining whether we want to shift any of them around. And this is one of those areas where you have the safety and security team that sits in operations interacting with the student services team that sits in instruction. And so it's one of those areas where the org chart is not a flat document, right? It starts to kind of fold on itself. And so we want to talk about, the most efficient way to align all of those resources. So we may see some small shifts there within departments in terms of how we organize to prioritize safety.
okay, great. That was the only thing I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Seeing no one else lit up to speak, we can go ahead and
Clarify for the clerk, who seconded the motion?
Oh, I thought I did. Yeah, I didn't click, but I did.
Okay. All
Got
right,
it.
we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and cast our vote for the approval of the new job description and position of District Threat Management Coordinator, and that is approved 5-0. Item number 3, Superintendent Weissong. Almost said Saunders.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend approval of MCR Health Facility at Daughtry Elementary School construction agreement between owner and NDC Construction Company, Amendment 1, in the amount of $209,490.70, no financial impact.
Thank you very much.
So moved.
We have a motion
Oh, second.
and a second. And we have a couple of people up to speak. Ms. Spray is first.
Okay. This item I pulled from consent because I have some questions, not only for the district and their involvement with MCR, but our legal responsibility. I have all of the documents from, I asked for the documents all the way back to when this whole MCR process started. I wasn't on the board, but I kind of watched it. Didn't really pay a lot of attention to what the whole process was with this. So, correct me if I'm wrong. We have a portable at a school, name of the school doesn't really matter, and MCR provides medical services to our students between hours from 7 to 3, and while school is in session. So am I understanding that students are pulled out of school to go to these clinics while they're in school? Is this something that the parents take their child to? There's just a whole lot of questions that I have about this whole thing. And then if you look up at the county clerk's office and just put in MCR, there's some legality issues that's going on with MCR, and I'm just afraid, for other reasons, I just don't think that we need to put this on hold. That's my whole thing with MCR. There's a lot of things going on with MCR that I'm not gonna get into the weeds on, but they've got some legal issues. They've got financial issues. There's so many things going on, and they're shifting their board, from what I understand. I don't have a good feeling about this whole thing. And I don't know, Mr. Dye, question for you. Were any contracts presented to you on what services? And I'm looking at this as a protecting the district kind of perspective on what services they provide and what would happen if they provided a service on our grounds, and where would we become liable? I mean, did you get to review any contracts or documents on this? I mean, from what I see, it's all just MOUs, MOUs. I didn't see an actual contract that gave us details. So I'm a little confused at what we're actually partnering with and how that's serving our students. I understand there's a need, I get that, but I'm looking at the legalities.
Yes, ma'am. No, the arrangement with rural health was done through, I guess, the general counsel's office. It wasn't through the board attorney.
So you didn't see any documents at all okay.
No, ma'am.
So in prepare, I know you have some questions that want to be answered.
Sure.
I know Dr. Weissling, I told you to have somebody in preparation for these questions.
Yes, Mr. Chapman is going to represent the staff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely obviously pepper them for sure. I think that for a lot of the questions, or I think like summarizing is what is the process for students to use the clinic, and then at that same token, hopefully in that process we know what we're
getting
legally
into.
like allowed, or what's happening, so to speak, to that student,
Right.
obviously.
Right.
And the reason I pulled this is because from the onset of my being on the board and the whole idea of MCR and partnering with them at our facilities was it's free. That's what I kept hearing. It's free to us. It's free, free, free. Then I start looking through some of the MOU information, and it's not free. We bought a portable in August last year for $505,000. Quoting from staff, the biggest portable we've ever bought for this particular site, Daughtry. So I'm like, okay, so I was led to believe we already had a portable. It was a used portable. It wasn't going to be this big fancy thing. It was just something we've already had. We're decommissioning maybe at our school, and we're going to use it at this site. And then $600 and some thousand on an agenda was put on in May, and again, I was told, oh, it's free. They're going to give us back that money. I don't see anywhere in any documentation how the money's coming back to the district. And then two, there's my question, how do we recover it from MCR? And then in there, it also says that the district provides utilities. So we're providing utility, meaning lights and water and whatever else we need to do for that. So I just have a lot of questions when I'm, told multiple times, oh, it's free, it's free, it's free. Free is never free. There's dollars attached somewhere to that, and that's one side of my concerns. The other side is the legality. If something happened on that site, a slip and fall, heaven forbid, a bad injury, who is going to be liable, MCR or us? So that's kind of like where I'm at.
Well, Mr. Rinaldi can answer questions on the construction side. I can answer questions on the student side and what happens with a student and even those questions about, legality. We have insurance to cover all of that, but anything that happens in the MCR facility is liable to MCR Health. That's all part of the parent consent. So any parent who has a child at Manatee Elementary, where one of the MCR Health clinics are, or Southeast High School, where another MCR Health clinic is, and soon to be Daughtry, those parents sign a parental consent form. As part of that parental consent form, they also need to provide their insurance information. So it's not just a consent; it's also essentially a payment form as well. And so any child who, as we all know, happens in the school day, a stomach ache, a headache, whatever it is, belly ache, all the things that happen, let's say in an elementary school, those children, those students are sent to the school nurse. And that's where they're treated. Now, again, we know under the parental rights bill, a parent has to even sign at the beginning of the school year a consent form for the school nurse to now see their child. So the first thing a school nurse will do is check our system and see if there's a consent form. If there's a consent form for, let's say, Kevin Chapman in school, then that nurse can then provide basic services to that in that school clinic. So let's say the child's been itching their arm all day, right? Child, and the teacher notices, geez, this kid is fidgeting all day, their arm, something must be wrong. Sends them down to the school nurse. School nurse sees that Kevin is the parent has given consent for the nurse to see Kevin. The school nurse sees the rash or whatever it is, and it looks pretty serious. That's when the school nurse will do what any school official would do, is call a parent and say, Kevin is in my clinic. He has a rash in his arm. What would you like to do? If it's at Manatee Elementary, we happen to have MCR Health Clinic here. Would you like to come and take your child to that health clinic, or come and pick up your child? All the options that school nurse would lay out. Let's say the parent says, you're right, there's a health clinic there. I'm stuck at work or whatever it is. I've signed the parental consent form for MCR Health, which is a separate consent form than the one the school has for the school nurse. That parent would then say, yeah, no problem. I'm at work. I'd love for the nurse at the health clinic, MCR Health Clinic, to see the child. What the protocol is that child is never left alone. There's a school official that will take that child to the MCR Health Clinic, will not leave that child's side. The health clinic, both at Southeast and at Manatee L, is a locked facility. You cannot get in. Someone from inside the MCR Health Clinic has to open the door. They know the child is coming because the school nurse would have notified and said there's a child with a rash coming to that health clinic. MCR Health clinic will not see that child unless there's a parental consent form signed in their system. So now they know Kevin, all consents have been matched. Kevin's coming, he's being escorted by a school official. They open the door, the parent's been notified. The school would have said, Mr. Chapman or Mrs. Chapman said that it's okay to see Kevin in his rash. They'll obviously examine the rash. They advise that he needs a little cream or some, whatever it is. They'll call the parent. MCR Health will then call the parent and say, you need a prescription or, just like you would in a doctor's office. It's a regular doctor visit. Insurance gets charged, all that, whatever it is. And then the child is then escorted, back to class. Our goal is to get that child back to class for more learning. So anything that happens in that MCR Health clinic is per all those consent forms and medical liability and all that, all is part of MCR Health. And then that child's escorted back to class. So at no time will MCR Health see any student that does not have either written or verbal consent from a parent to see an MCR Health clinic. And remember, the clinics are at the two schools are for preventative health, right? It's for things dental, vision, basic medical, those kind of things. Anything that goes beyond, the rash. Obviously, if there's something serious, obviously, 911 would be called. So it's a basic service. Now at Manatee Elementary, it's also, and at Southeast High School and soon to be Daughtry, it's also a service to those families at that school. So those families can take advantage of the MCR Health Clinic and make an appointment and see a doctor or a nurse about, some medical issue, vision, dental. So it's a service to those families in those communities. And then one more point, when we set up, remember, these are part of a community partnership school model. And in order to be classified as a community partnership school and get money from the state for those schools, you have to have a health clinic on campus provided by an outside source. So hence that's MCR Health. And they are a pillar to those community partnership schools. And MCR Health's been a very good partner when it comes to the community of Manatee L community, the Southeast High School community, and the Daughtry community. And those needs assessments, when those community partnership schools were set up, needs assessments were done. And those families, one of the top three needs from those families was access to health care in those communities. And that's why that community partnership school model is successful, is because of the idea of access to health care.
Okay.
That might have answered one of your questions.
Right. MCR is federally funded and probably gets funding from insurance, whomever.
Whatever the model is.
It could be Medicaid, it could be a district employee student even, and it would be our insurance that would cover that cost.
Just like any other doctor's office.
Right. And you said that to qualify for funding, the clinic has to be on school property. So how much funding, where did we end up turning into education facilities to medical facilities? Is it all about the dollars? I mean, right. I get the whole wraparound services thing. I really do. I understand that. But I'm into the mode of, where did we get out of the education business into the medical business? I mean, to me, there, goes back to Constitution, separation of whatever. I don't see where we would have a church on a school property, but we can have a clinic on a school property because we can get funding for that.
Right. We don't. Let me just clarify the funding. The funding comes from the University of Central Florida, which gets their funding from the state legislature. The state legislature provides, I think, something like $5 to $6 million a year to community partnership schools all over Florida. I think there's about 30 now. And so in order to get that state funding, you have to have a school-based health clinic at the community partnership school. the funding that comes from the state is not for that school-based health clinic. It goes directly to the school to help that school and help student achievement at that school, help with teaching, learning, curriculum, so on and so forth. It does not fund that school-based health center. That school-based health center is completely funded by MCR Health.
Right,
The facility is something that we're building, we'll own, but we build, and then MCR Health will outfit the inside of it with their, their medical equipment.
Yeah, I read all of it, that they're gonna be responsible for, okay, this is a shell.
Right.
This is what you're getting. You're gonna bring in all of the equipment, but
And remember, there's no financial, when it comes to insurance or medical or anything between that student and their family and MCR Health, that is outside the school district. There is no relationship between what happens in that MCR Health Center, insurance-wise, billing-wise, payment-wise. That is all just like if you went to the doctor or I went to the
right,
doctor.
I understand that part, but you said that a staff member, somebody on our school grounds will escort that student out, that's on the outskirts of our land.
It's on school property,
Right.
but it's just because we, especially in the elementary grades, in the high school, at Southeast High School, the student will get a pass to go, because they're a teenager, will go to, they'll have a pass to go to the clinic if a parent consents to that. And the elementary grades, because they are smaller, a school official will escort that child across school grounds to that clinic, stay with them. Now, most of the times when, if you were to ask MCR Health or our nurses at Manatee Elementary, they'll tell you that nine times out of 10, usually the parent comes to the appointment at the MCR Health Clinic, like any mom, dad, grandma, or aunt would when there's something that, it rises to going to a health clinic. So almost most of the time, a legal guardian is there to be with the child. But again, our staff is always with that child as they go across campus, because remember, there's school going
Right.
on. So you don't want to let a third grader just walk across school
Right,
grounds. So there has to be a chaperone or a school official. Yep.
Right, okay. Do we get a report on how many students have been to the other two sites?
Yeah, there is. I don't know those numbers, but we can get that. We can get that for you. MCR Health will keep those stats, like any
Right.
medical facility will keep how many students they've seen, how many adults they've seen, so on and so forth. And at Manatee Elementary, it's the community does use that facility at a high frequency. The families there. It is a great need, and of course across the street it's the food bank in that church as well. It's a
Right.
That campus has become quite a center for that community there.
Okay. At any time, do you feel that, I just feel like we're crossing a line in some areas with these clinics, and what our ultimate goal is to educate. And I know healthy body, healthy mind, healthy education all kind of goes hand in hand. But I just think that we're getting into, they can include up to mental health, drug habits or whatever at the high school. You said Southeast is at it. I'm just worried that
And they do provide.
it's like we're giving access of our students to a clinic. And I get it. It's like you said, it's a doctor, and what the district is saying is a trusted source. What I want the parents to understand is, your child's going to this clinic, we're not liable if something happens at that clinic.
Right, and they know that from signing
They
those
know that?
consent forms.
Okay.
And, just like any of us would when we walk into any place of business, right? You know that, if there's a consent involved in that place of business, you know that that's what you're signing, is that, I consent for that care to be given in that facility for my child or for myself.
So we do pay the electric bills and the utilities of these sites? Mr. Rinaldi, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not free like I was led to believe. Okay. And I guess I need to sit down with people from MCR and so I can get a better understanding of what services they provide. And then two, if we're not getting a report of how many students are going there, we probably should get that. If it's on our grounds, we should probably see how many students are, how many times is our staff going out to this facility and sitting with the child until a parent gets there or, you know.
Yeah, and I just don't get that data, but there is data like that that's received by district staff.
By the district
I'll make
staff.
sure we share that.
It's just something I think that we need to look at. And then again, the dollar amount of building this out. 633,000 is what was in the May 9th workshop, or May 9th meeting that was approved to build this Daughtry site out. And I have all the drafts of the design and all of that. And I don't want anyone to take me wrong. I don't want that to be the wrong thing. I'm more concerned about what liability do we have? And our attorney, Mr. Dye, has never had the opportunity to weigh in, I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe he did before I got here, on the legal, you know, what?
And that would most likely would have been done by Bill Kelly, our risk management director. He handles more of the insurance and risk management side of these things. So it wouldn't necessarily be Mr. Dye. It would have been more Mr. Kelly on things that involve, like he said, slips and falls and things that happen on school district property. We have many different kinds of insurance.
Yeah, that I can understand. That I'll be quiet here in a second, but that I understand, that's on our property. This is still on our property, but it's under the control of somebody beyond our staff. So, but we still have a staff member out there, and I just didn't realize how massive this was, how much money we're actually putting out, and I don't even know, like you said, it's free, they're gonna pay us back. I haven't seen anything in a contract where that actually happens. You know, the build out, how much is it on the agenda? Where am I at?
Well, the last letter in tonight's agenda is from MCR, and they're going to submit to us. We've worked out the payments that the contractor's going to receive. They're going to submit the first 2 months so that we've got that in the bank, and then every time we have a pay request from the contractor, we'll get paid again. So we will always be at least a month to a month and a half ahead. So if we begin to hear that either the contractor's not paying their subcontractors or the contractor, well, we'll know the contractor's being paid because it'll be flowing through us. But if we hear that subcontractors aren't being paid, then we can shut it down and make sure that everyone is whole before they go to the next step.
Because all of that was not in any of the documents that I reviewed about how, and to me, that letter that we got from, to me, that was more of like a promissory note. We promised to pay you $633,000. I didn't see details on it, so that's why I pulled it, because I'm like, I don't know any details. I can't find how the money flow works. And again, this is nothing about the construction. It's nothing about what their services are. It's more about protecting the district and our finances at the same time. So.
Did you have any other?
I'll let somebody else speak now.
Mr. Tatum was lit up, and then Ms. Messenger.
Great. Probably both, Mr. Nolly, if you could both, because I probably got some back and forth questions, so thanks. Always good to see you guys. I'm just curious, probably from Mr. Chapman, what would happen if a parent didn't sign a consent form, but there was like a life or limb emergency? I suppose we would still treat the child and hopefully do the right thing or something.
Right. Good question. We had to deal with that a year or two ago when the law changed that required a parent to provide consent for a school nurse to treat a student, and it has been opined by those legal beagles that the Good Samaritan law would come into effect. So if there's a life or death situation, calling 911 and getting medical service right away is you'll never be in trouble if you do that. And also, if you think of the other rule, you know, we are in charge of the health, welfare, and safety of these kids when they're on our property, and so if you kind of play that out, we're protected there.
Okay. Probably for Mr. Rinaldi. So these buildings, are they outside of the security perimeter or inside the security? When I say security, I mean they're actually on school property, so they're inside the fence, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yeah, the one that we're talking about, the newer portable, it's actually a 3,000 square foot portable.
Okay.
It's divided in half. It has a school side with a dedicated entry that is behind the fence, and then there is a public side that is beyond the fence that has a small parking lot right off the entry drive there. So we've subdivided both internal to the structure as well as made sure we have separate entrances as well. So there's 2 entrances into the facility.
Is that true at the other sites where we have this, or not necessarily?
They do have at Manatee. There is.
Yeah, Manatee, the student side is inside the fence, and then there's one portable that the community can access that's outside the fence, because that can be accessed after hours or after school hours, if you will.
Yeah. And then southeast, what's the situation?
Southeast is in the fenced perimeter. It's actually in the kind of in the parking lot by the auditorium, behind the auditorium. But again, all these facilities are locked to the outside. They have to, essentially ring a bell to get in. In the case of, the 2 that are current, they're within the school perimeter of the fence.
Okay. And I would agree with Ms. Spray in the sense that my understanding of how this, the information that I have about these health clinics is that, quote unquote, it's not going to cost the school district any money. So it would just be in the future to, I don't think there was any nefarious intent there. I think the idea was, look, MCR is paying for all the health care, but there are these infrastructure costs that we have taken upon ourselves to kind of work with them. Is that true though, Mr. Rinaldi? Because it says here in this financial impact statement that Manatee County School District has no financial responsibilities for the payment of the total guaranteed maximum price amount or any portion of the GMP amount. Manatee County Rural Health has guaranteed to pay for the construction build-out in the amount not to exceed $843,090.70. So are we like doing it up front and then they're reimbursing us, or is this actually costing us some money, or maybe you could clarify?
No, I mean, as I explained, they're going to forward the first 2 months of payments to the contractor. So we'll have the money, in the bank. And then every time they draw, we'll get another month's payment, so that we're always at least a month and a half to 2 months ahead of what the contractor is going to be requesting. We felt that was enough time that if we have issues, we'll be able to react, red flag the project, stop the project, and tell the contractor, it's time you get off site, we need to figure out what's going on financially with this project.
So, I understand that. I think that's good governance. My question, as I read this, Manatee County School District has no financial responsibility for the payment of the total guaranteed maximum GMP, guaranteed maximum price amount, or any portion of the GMP amount. So in plain language, to me, that means we're not forking out any money to pay for this.
For the build-out, correct.
For the build-out.
But we did pay for the portable. So we paid for the shell, and which was the $505,000 that was referenced. Now they're building out the shell, putting furniture, FF&E equipment, and all that. That's all of their responsibility.
Okay, but it's running through our financial department.
Yeah, it's running through us because it's on our property and we're permitting it. So we wanted to make sure that we had control of the contractor.
Okay, And for the other two sites that we have, which are Southeast High School and Manatee, we bought them trailers, or did we buy them trailers, or did we?
Those were existing portables.
Yeah,
So we
we
didn't
just
have to buy
outfitted the portables.
They were surplus, or we just surplused it to them, okay. Yeah, I would just be a little more cautious about wording, because that is the impression that I had too, that, oh, it's you know, it's no cost to us, but there is some, but again, I don't think that it was an nefarious intent, I just think that it was, the point was trying to say, hey, we're not gonna be paying for the health care, but there is some cost, and we have to pay the utilities, that's a very good point that Ms. Spray is bringing up too, so this is costing us something. The liability issue for us that Ms. Spray brought up, how are we legally protected if something medical would happen? Neither of you are lawyers, maybe this is Mr. Dye. You know, a child goes over there, I don't know, they get a shot of penicillin or something, whatever, they have a bad reaction to it, and the child, you know, heaven forbid, would die or have some nasty reaction, and there would be a medical malpractice suit. How are we legally protected that MCR is the one who's going to have to, that's on them, and that we're not part of that? Any thoughts, gentlemen?
My understanding from MCR Health is that they are completely liable for what happens in their facility. So just like you and I going to the doctor's office and getting that shot. So it is their medical team. It's their, you know, as you know, doctors and nurses have their own insurance because of that. So they're completely liable for what happens in their facility.
Makes sense. Be nice to see that in writing, but, you know.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
That would be helpful, just to make sure that we're not going to be on the hook. Did you want to weigh in on that at all, though, or did you?
Well, just, you kind of have to say that because it's on our property, we could get sued and dragged into something where they allege that we should not have picked out this vendor. You know, so if it's a malpractice suit, they could say, well, they may have made the mistake or whatever, but you shouldn't have hired them to be on your campus. So you get dragged in as a property owner a lot of the time. We do have immunity, you know, sovereign immunity under state statute. So
Can you explain that again real quick? I understand kind of what that means, but how would that apply? Like in the situation I gave you, a child goes over there, they give them a shot of penicillin. They have a reaction, the child has a nasty medic reaction, or heaven forbid dies. How does sovereign immunity protect the school system from liability?
It just provides a cap of 200,000.
Oh, okay.
Of how much they can sue you for.
Okay.
So, as a state agency, we've got that protection.
Oh, okay. So they could sue us and somehow as a property owner, but the cap is limited now.
Yes.
Okay, great.
And you see that in all of our personal injury matters we get involved in.
Okay.
Car accidents, you know, miscellaneous things, yeah.
Okay, great. What about, maybe Mr. Chapman, if somebody doesn't have insurance, are they guaranteed services? Is it?
That's between them and MCR Health. So you know, they are a rural health agency, so that is their job, is to provide health care to those who aren't insured. But that's again an arrangement between them, the family, and whatever state or federal agency reimburses MCR Health on that.
But we're obviously not forking out any. We're not going to be spending any.
Absolutely correct. We do not get involved in any of that. And again, they wouldn't see the child. Remember, also they're not seeing the child unless there's a parental consent to see the child. So, and part of that parental consent is either putting down your insurance information or stating you don't have insurance. But there has to be a consent on file and also verbally on the phone.
That's good to know. Our employees, in the initial briefings I had on these things, I thought I understood that these clinics would be open to our employees, but then in further conversation, it was like, well, this one will be, but that one won't be, but we'll have one at Wakeland. So what's the current status on our employees having access to these clinics?
Right. Let me put it this way. If MCR Health is your doctor or your provider, you can go to these clinics. But essentially, going as a staff member at Manatee L or at Southeast High School, going to those clinics is again just like you would go to any other doctor, right? If there's a copay, if there's whatever it is, it's whatever our insurance and whatever plan you have is going to cover at that facility. Right. But as you know, we are working on perhaps an employee health center that where all employees who are on our health insurance plan could go and see a medical professional.
But that's a different, like
That's a
maybe
whole
at Wakeland, we were,
different- yeah.
an employee health clinic different from these.
Exactly.
They would go, it would just be just like going to a doctor's office. It would just be more convenient for them.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay. And could you expound a little bit more on this community partnership school money? It comes as a grant from the state. If you have a community partnership school, you get X amount of dollars that flows through USF, or it comes, or is it in a certain pot of money that we have to spend it, or I'd like to
Yeah,
know more
it's
about it.
you know, I think Manatee Elementary, I think it's something in the $100,000 to $200,000 range. It comes from University of Central Florida.
Central Florida, okay. UCF.
You have to be a fan of what the Knights or the Black Knights, whatever they are. But USF is one of our. So you have to have. So let me explain. So in the state of Florida, the state recognizes community partnership schools, and through the UCF model. And so you have to set it up through UCF. And what that model is, you have to have certain community pillars. So for example, our pillars are USF, MCR Health, and I'm missing one, Boys and Girls Club, a couple of others, just 4 or 5 pillars. And that was established in 2020, that community partnership school at Manatee Elementary. Children's Home Society, you have to have an anchor, and Children's Home Society is the anchor that UCF recognizes as the nonprofit to build out the community partnership school. So through Children's Home Society and UCF, that's where the grant flows through. It actually goes through Children's Home Society, but then operates the grant at Manatee Elementary School. And Children's Home Society has a staff member there, and she runs the community partnership school with our principal of the school. So the two of them kind of work together in filling the needs of the school. And so each year UCF through the Children's Home Society will provide that grant to, let's say in this instance, Manatee Elementary School, something like $150,000, something like that. And that money's used to pay staff, provide resources, help the community, and help the kids achieve, have student achievement there at Manatee Elementary School. It takes about 3 or 4 years to then be certified as an official community partnership school, and we're working hard towards that at Manatee Elementary School. And then we're about to start that. We're about entering our 2nd year at Daughtry Elementary School in their community partnership school model. So there's a cabinet, a community cabinet where we have we have a few benefactors in the community on that cabinet there at Manatee Elementary and at Daughtry. USF sits on that, MCR Health, Boys and Girls Club. There's probably about 10 or 11 community partners and community members who sit on that and kind of help that school be successful.
I imagine that grant probably pays for that coordinator at each one of the schools. And
Right. And I think there's two. There's a director, and then there's supposed to be a, kind of a staff assistant that, again, the Children's Home Society pays for. They're putting together, they're helping to operate the food bank. They're helping to have parent nights where for example, I know at Daughtry Elementary, they have, English classes to help parents learn English. They'll have nights where they'll have, kind of like a SOAR and 4 model where, come and read with your kids, or come and do, artwork, or learn how to cook a meal, different things to kind of get the family connected, get that bond going, and get involved in that child's education there at that school. So it's a model that, again, there's about 30 some odd community partnership schools around the country, and around the state, and it's a very successful model to these schools that have many challenges in and out of school. So,
Mr. Rinaldi, do you have an estimate, just off the top of your head, what do you think it costs us a month in utilities for one of these clinic?
We're 3,000 square foot. It's probably for electric, water, we're probably in the 125 range, I would imagine, would be probably a high number. But, you know, I mean, they're tying into our existing water and sanitary, and I don't think we have yeah, I think they're tying into our electric as well.
So $100 to $125 a month?
Yeah, a month.
Per site?
Yeah, for
So
all.
for all 3 sites,
$300,
$400, something like that. Okay. So I would like to try and summarize this and make sure that I have a good understanding, because I too share Ms. Spray's concerns about expanding the mission of the Manatee County school system beyond educating children. So there are some health clinics that are we have 2 that are already on our property and 1 that we'd like to add, and this one's going to go into Daughtry. That any health care that happens at those clinics has to have parental permission. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That we have spent several $100,000s to either buy trailers for them or something, but is that the end of our quote unquote infrastructure spending, or what has to happen?
Yeah, part of our responsibility is to do a concrete parking lot out front as well, and we're holding that until they finish the interior work so we don't tear up the parking lot. So that's our, and I believe that was in the Onico bid, it was around 120,000, I believe, to do the parking lot. Yeah, yeah, and the tie into the roadway.
Yeah. Again, that's one of those no financial, you know, when you put down no financial, just, again, I don't attribute nefarious, it could be clearer, it could be more helpful. Do we have any other infrastructure at the other 2 places that we have to put in, or?
Not at this point right now. Now, keep in mind, at Southeast, I believe we've moved the portable for the new science building, so we've already coordinated that as well, so, with MCR.
But all the healthcare that takes place on at these facilities is between the parent and the child and the insurance company and MCR Health, that we're not involved in the.
Exactly.
Okay. And it all has to have parental consent.
Correct.
Yeah, there's been some concern brought up and legitimate about, well, you know, what if these kids go over there, and, you know, some of the issues, without going into them, that are current in our culture right now, that, you know, that nothing is going to happen at these clinics, that parents are they have to sign their consent forms for them to happen. So that is your understanding of how that works.
Think of it just like a doctor's office, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
12-year-old going to the doctor without any parent, right? The doctor's office going to be like, what are you doing here? You know, you need who are you? You know, you need a parent, you need permission, you know, so it's a standard doctor's office, and you're correct, they're doing vision, dental, medical, and any you know, behavioral therapy is obviously approved by the parent.
Is approved by the parent too, right?
Just like behavioral therapy is in our school district.
Okay. So the trailer that we bought for Daughtry, or are buying, or we bought for?
It's on site right now.
It was 500 and something thousand?
505,000.
Okay, so then, and we have to build about a $100,000 parking lot, is that right?
Well, yeah, the parking and, yeah, at this point, parking and striping.
Okay. We already have 2 of these clinics that are already operating, is that correct? Yep. And then it's gonna cost us $300 or $400 a month in utilities. And is that something that we agreed, I mean, is that legally in a contract somewhere, or is it just kind of something we said we'd do?
It's part of the MOU.
Part of the MOU.
Contract.
Part of the MOU.
MOU is a contract.
Well,
All right.
that could be debated.
Okay. I appreciate you guys taking my time to answer my questions. I do share the concerns about expanding beyond the core educational mission, but the fact that we're not paying for the healthcare at all, I would have preferred that we not paid for any of the infrastructure for this in the first place, you know, like buy the trailers, even the parking lot, stuff like that. But 2 of them are already in place, so that's kind of already water under the bridge. I would have felt better about it if it was kind of told to us that, quote unquote, every time we see it, it's no financial impact, no financial impact, but there is some financial impact. But in weighing the pros and the cons, in seeing that, number one, there is parental consent required. Number two, there is a $300 to $400 a month cost. It's kind of already water under the bridge, sunk infrastructure costs. I'll go ahead and support it, but let's just be careful about expanding the core mission of the school system, and then please be more careful about making sure that we understand all the costs that go into something like this before it's said that there's no financial impact. I would appreciate that. Thank you for the inquiry.
So I just a couple things before we go back. There's a couple other people lit up. The talk about the no financial impact. That's specifically meaning this approval of what we're approving right now.
The
so I want to make sure
contract
everyone
to
knows
do
that.
the build out is
Just what we're approving right now.
MCR.
There's no financial impact. Right?
That comment was not made when we
For the whole entire project.
505. Yeah, when we spent we did not have that comment.
Just the verbiage is right, and you know, I mean, this is not. We're not saying no financial impact for this entire project. We're saying for this, we're about to approve. Now, granted, we did this. Approved Daughtry back in August of last year or whatever. You guys, the two new board members weren't on the board, so I do understand that cost wasn't associated. The cost for the construction, for the paving and the striping, is that in our 5-year capital budget?
Yeah, yes, it's in
listed in there.
maintenance's budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that was in there too. So I just want to make sure the funding part, nothing's being hidden. So I just want to make sure, and the verbiage, no financial impact on this particular item is, there is no financial impact. This is MCR paying us to pay NDC Construction Company to whatever ends they have for their whole construction. I just want to make sure that verbiage is correct, that there is no financial impact for what we're voting on right now, which is to approve this agreement between NDC and us, et cetera. And we got to choose NDC because it was in our property. They're one of our vendors we've used on multiple occasions.
Exactly.
So it's not like MCR Health said, hey, we want Joe Schmo who doesn't have any background.
They had
or
a good
anything.
relationship with NDC.
Well, of course, yeah,
so it worked
right.
out well.
Okay.
And that 3,000 square foot
We own.
unit,
yeah,
we own it.
That's
So
an
we
asset.
will always own that. That's
Right.
an asset.
So if they leave and they say, hey, we're out of here, we're no longer going to do the clinic, if we can't find another person to come in and do the clinic, it's ours. And they footed $1 million to build out. Okay. I understand the concern about getting out of scope of education. Quite frankly, we require teachers to do a heck of a lot than just educate. And we've gone beyond the scope many years ago. To me, the value of us paying and what we're doing and the value that we bring not only to the kids that are at that school, but the community surrounding it, which are typically our most needed ones. When a kid has to leave school for whatever reason, wait to get seen by a doctor. Everybody's been to the doctor right now, and it's insane to get to a doctor's office. You could have days and weeks of a kid being out of education, but then we're going to turn around and tell that kid, oh, you missed a week, you got a test next week, but you've now missed, and you're predicated on going to the next grade, or our school grades are predicated on this, etc. So to me, these wraparound services are helping our fundamental mission, which is providing kids education. These aren't at every school, but these are the ones that are the most vulnerable, and that to me is the ones that need it the most. And I don't even see this as a question legally, of course, making sure that parental consent, all that is followed, absolutely. I do want to go back to make sure that this was not something that we just made up ourselves. Like Manatee County said, hey, let's throw clinics and do this in there. This was a state project or a state grant that was doing this, that started this. So I'm assuming the Department of Education is behind this, correct?
Correct.
And so how long has the Department of Education said, hey, these ideas of a community partnership school where you have some of these wraparound services for your most vulnerable, how long has that been in existence in Florida? I don't know the answer to that.
I built in Orange County in, I want to say 92, one of the first family clinics at Oak Ridge High School. So
Okay.
it's been around for a while.
It's been around for a long time. So this isn't some kind of new.
High school, sir.
Yeah, I was 10. I was actually 8. But the Miss Spencer's not gonna say how old she was. But my point to that is that this isn't new. This isn't something that again we've fabricated, we've created. This is something that I don't think the state would still approve of or still allow if there wasn't data, if there wasn't things that were showing that this affects the way that the school operates, the way the community operates, etc. We had the celebration for that community partnership school like a month or so ago at Manatee, the lunch. The principal said that this is the first year, maybe not, maybe I may be misquoting this, I don't know, that they had zero turnover except for one teacher that went and got a promotion, but zero turnover in that school. That is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that a school that is typically, I think she wanted to say 30% typically turnover, teachers wanting to leave and go somewhere else, is all of a sudden retaining all of their teachers except for one that's got promoted, which is fantastic. To me, that is a direct correlation to what is happening in that community, at that school. Teachers are buying in. When teachers buy in, that means they buy into the education and the well-being of the student. I see zero concern with community partnership schools, and Manatee Elementary can be the first one that really shows that this goes beyond reading, writing, arithmetic, because we're doing something in that community that's powerful because those teachers are wanting to be a part of it, and they're not leaving to go anywhere else. And there's brand new shiny schools out east. There's all these things that happen, but those teachers are there because of what's happening in that community. That's irreplaceable. So, Ms. Spray, Ms. Foreman, Messenger.
Rant over. I just want to understand that MCR is their own .org. That's what they are. They're not a county entity.
They're a not-for-profit corporation, if you will. I don't even know if they classify as a corporation, but an entity.
Right.
Not-for-profit entity with their own board of directors and CEO.
Right. And
they are all over this part of, I don't know how much of Florida, but they cover many, many counties.
Right.
Pasco, I think.
Yeah, it's probably 4 or 5 counties.
Right. Well, there was a misconception that this is an extension of the county health department. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's their own entity.
Right.
They have their own board. They have their own funding sources. And their funding sources is coming from grants and through patients,
Sure.
to be honest.
Right.
So that's where they're getting their funding. And they're getting federal dollars as well, from what I understand. Title IX grant funds for healthcare coordinator. That's in the MOU, that we're getting Title IX grant funds for a healthcare coordinator. So do we have a healthcare coordinator?
Yeah, that's.
That was in M on one of the MOUs.
I think that's our person who's in charge of our nurses. I think, that's just somebody
Okay.
who just manages our nurses, or school-based nurses.
Okay, because it was in the MOU somewhere.
Yeah, and I think we had a position. Well, I know we had a position in the past, and it was at Southeast High School, where there was a coordinator that was the go-between between MCR Health and the school district. That might be what is funded there, but we have not filled that position.
Okay, because if we have staff escorting children out at Manatee,
Yeah,
especially.
and that's just regular school staff who
Right.
most likely the school nurse.
Right, but when I saw that, I'm like, okay, again, no financial impact, and I see that it's, we have a healthcare coordinator that is funded by Title IX funds. So you're saying that was never filled?
That was a few years ago. We don't need
It kind of just dropped that off? Okay.
We do not need that position.
All right, and operating hours again. Mr. Ronaldo, you said half of a unit is on the fence inside the grounds, the other half is outside the grounds.
Yes.
And reports, if we could get data on, okay, this is how many kids we serviced, if they're only open Monday through Friday, and that's what it says, 7 to 3.
Yeah, I can get you those stats at Southeast High School.
Do they-
and Manatee Elementary.
Right, do they offer services for after 3, on the weekends?
For the community.
Yeah, for the community then.
Yeah. Community.
On the community side.
Right.
Okay, all right, I got that. And that's not just for students, that's for adults, children.
Exactly.
Anything but a pet, right? Okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify that the MCR is its own entity, and they operate under their own guidelines, and they have to follow state rules, federal rules, just like any other doctor. Okay, that's basically, I wanted to make sure that we knew that they are their own entity, and I would say to anybody that signs a consent, that you're signing a consent for MCR to let them treat their child. That is a separate consent from what we do at our school clinic nurse type of thing.
Remember, only at those two schools, at Manatee, so the
Right,
parents.
those
at
two
Manatee
only.
Elementary And the parents at Southeast High School, and we've begun the process of, there's some 700-800 kids at Daughtry, so we're starting the process of reaching out to those parents in the Daughtry community to get them to sign that MCR Health consent form.
When is this projected to open?
Right now, with this approval, probably around the first of the year. So mid-year, mid-school year.
Mid-school year. Okay, that's all I have, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Foreman?
Yeah, I just have a few questions. What happens with HIPAA? Does MCR share information with the school district as far as?
Not when it comes to anything that would violate the privacy of that family or patient, other than, let's say, go back to my rash thing. The rash isn't contagious. We put a little ointment on it. Mom said it's okay. The doctor's saying, obviously, go back to class. It's not contagious.
Like getting
or something like
a
that.
consent at the doctor to return to school?
Sure. But if it's, something that's obviously, something that's a privacy of the family or something like that, obviously HIPAA, yes, absolutely.
So MCR abides by that. And what services are provided for the community at the community partnership schools in terms of, do they get dental? Do they
Right,
get eyesight? Do they get counseling? I'm talking about the adults.
Yes, if it's available. I think the shortage of counselors in general in the state is therapists and stuff is a sought after career right now. But dental, vision, medical, and behavioral therapy for both students and adults.
Okay, all right. And what happens to our community partnership status if we don't have a clinic at Daughtry?
Well, it's pretty much you won't get certified as a community partnership school, and you then begin to unravel the whole model. So it would essentially collapse.
Okay. And the model is 10-year commitment?
Yes, I believe. Actually, it's longer than that. I think it's a 20-year commitment.
I didn't
believe.
see that anywhere.
That's the community partnership model,
Is it?
not
Okay.
the MCR.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay.
Because the idea being these challenges that these families and communities face is not something that's going to be solved in one night or 1 year even. I mean, this is a generational, multi-year process to help these communities, and our goal of like Dr. Weissong has been saying, help these kids graduate. And in many of these families, they would probably be the first to graduate high school. So, to have these kids be successful, we have them for 13 years in our system. Our goal is to get them to graduate on time and then help them along the way to learn what they want to do after that 13th year, right? Go to MTC or college or military or some sort of vocation. But this is part of that process because of how challenging, like Mr. Choate was saying, how challenging these communities and these families are having these days.
Okay. And then to put minds at rest about the liability, I pulled up the MOU, and there is a section on insurance and indemnification, and MCR has professional liability, errors and omissions, and workman's comp for their people that they have in place there. The only thing the district, and they hold each other harmless. And the district affirms that it carries a general liability policy sufficient in amount which will apply to any personal injury or property damage. So that's all we are, and everybody has agreed to that. So so I think we can sleep at night on that one. So, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Messenger?
I was 6 years old.
I knew you were going to say that.
You pretty much said every single thing I was going to say, Chair. I taught in Pine Hills in Orange County, and the generational poverty and finding ways to overcome that, and this model really can make an educational difference, which is our purpose, and that was your point. Is that that's our goal, and this furthers that. This improves that, and so when this first came before us years and years ago, I was very wary. I asked all the questions you've asked and more, even how they got advertised to kids, because that was even a concern for me. So I understand your concerns and your feeling, but I also know from teaching in Title I schools, especially in an area like that where it is generational, where if you've been a teacher there long enough, you will have that child's grandchild, that child's kid, that child's grandchild, and it just, the poverty stays there. And if you want to improve that, you have to offer those services so that child will be in school as much as possible. And this is one way to do that. So I can't even say anything better than what the chairman said. He basically said everything I was going to say. So thank you.
Mr. Tatum?
Dr. Wysong, you have a doctorate in education, is that right?
Yes.
That means you know everything about education because you're a doctor of education. But I think you and I had a private conversation about, you've had some experience with these community partnership schools, and maybe if you know some research out there that that good things do happen there. Any thoughts that you'd like to add to the conversation, since you have a doctorate in education? So.
Well, which on the spot?
I think, I do think that the community school model adds value in communities, as Mrs. Messenger just said, where there is deep need. If as a staff we were bringing you a proposal to do this universally across the district, right, you would be right to say, is that really necessary? But in specific communities where the school becomes the beacon of hope and opportunity for kids and families, there are opportunities like this to partner to make access for families who want it easier. I think in the right circumstances, this can be a really powerful tool to support families, and also to marshal community resources moving all in the same direction, which is absolutely a strength in Manatee County, as somebody who's been here now for 4 weeks, right, and bringing that outside viewpoint. The ability of this community to mobilize and move in the same direction when it sees a problem to tackle is really, really special. And so I think it's an opportunity at these couple of schools to do something really unique. And again, in other places where this has been tried, you can see good outcomes as well.
Okay. 2 quick thoughts is, number one, I wanted to reiterate the point that it is correct what what the chairman said about no financial impact. I guess I was talking about that in the general sense that in conversations that I've had along the way on this issue, it's always been presented as this isn't quote unquote going to cost us anything. So let's just be more careful in the future about, well, actually we are going to partnership and it's going to cost us this amount of money. But it is correct that tonight, according to the agenda, it is correct what it says. Because that was really my impression too, like Ms. Spray. It's not going to cost us anything. It's free MCO. It's fitting the whole bill. Okay, fine. And then the other just thought is, when these opportunities come up, I mean, Mrs. Messenger brought up the point that, well, this is in line with furthering education for children, and I would agree with that. But we need to be careful about. I mean, for instance, I could say, well, there are homeless children out there, so let's provide lodging to the kids, because if they don't have a home, they're certainly not going to. They can't have nowhere. They have nowhere to go do their homework, you know. So as we go down this road and we make these tough decisions, as you can see, just keep that in mind. That there is a point where you could justify anything by saying, well, it's for the good of the kids and it's for their education. And then the other line is, we should not be using any of our money to pay for lodging for students, health care for students, any of that stuff. You know what I mean? I guess I can go along with a minimal expense here to get the infrastructure set up, as long as we're not using any money to actually pay for the health care of the children, and that parental consent is always necessary. So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Ms. Spray?
And just in closing, because we've been on this for a while, but it was a good conversation, because me as a new board, wasn't sure about the whole process. I understand a little better. I'm not so sure it's still the direction that we should do in getting involved in health care. But I do know the need, because I came from one of those environments. So I know. I would have loved to have had my teacher escort me out to a doctor when I was sick. So that's the one thing. It's just more to me, we're getting into the gray area of our fundamental goal is education. And with that comes a whole litany of things that you could justify by saying, well, it's for the kids, it's for the kids, it's the betterment of this, it's the betterment of that. And that's where we get kind of, but to Mr. Tatum's point of talking about a center for another one at Wakeland, I will not support that. I'm just saying to that out front right now. I just don't think that we need to be building clinics for our staff. There's a, I could see that going down the line as if, okay, if you do this, you're going to get a benefit because you went to our clinic. That's nothing I want to get into at all. So if there's rumblings about something like that, that's just something there's a lot of good property there, and to build a clinic, and how many people would go to that? I don't know. Maybe the local community right there, but I don't know if somebody that works out in Parish would come to that clinic. Maybe it's a sports center, they might go there, but I would not support anything like that at all moving forward. But I want to thank you for the clarification and answering my questions and the pepper spray that I gave you both, because it is a topic that I get a lot of conversations about out in the community. And I'm glad we're providing services. It's never been, the service is fine, but there's a line, And to the chair's point of the partnership at Manatee, no teachers have left, I think that does say a lot. But when I look at their results in percentages, kind of doesn't, go together very well. So I want to thank you both for allowing me to go through this whole process and the patience of the board.
All right, so we had a motion and a second. If you all will clear your speakers, just so I know we don't have anything. I don't see it on my end, though, the motion and a second for this. Does everyone else see it on theirs?
No.
Who did motion?
I'm pretty sure I did.
I'm pretty sure it was you, Ms. Foreman.
No, I seconded it.
Okay. So are we ready to vote on this? Oh, there it is. Thank you. I just didn't see the motion and the second. Usually I see it down there at the button. So we're going to vote on approval of MCR Health Facility at Daughtry Elementary School construction agreement between owner and NDC Construction Company the amount of $209,490.70. And that is approved 5-0. Moving on to item number 4 under new business non-consent. Superintendent Weissong.
Yes, I recommend approval to renew the contract between Manatee County Girls Club, doing business as Just for Girls Elementary School Alternative Education Program, and the School Board of Manatee County for the 2023-24 school year.
So moved.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. And we do have public comment. Ms. Canese, if you want to come up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Chairman Choate, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Weissong, thank you for your leadership. For the record, my name is Becky Kness. I'm the CEO of Just for Girls, and I want to thank you for your support for our alternative education programs provided under the district's dropout prevention programs. Together, we're providing customized opportunities for girls who are failing to thrive in a traditional school setting. When you approved our lunch contracts at your board meeting on May 23rd, we shared with you our annual report and our demographics and our comprehensive comparison chart that provided data and comparisons with the district and Just for Girls. Today we have for you our most recent charts from the Florida Department of Education reflecting Just for Girls' progress compared to the district and state. You can clearly see the accelerated progress, closing the gaps on students with prior learning losses, with a rising trajectory toward a more promising future for these girls. Over more than half a century of serving girls, we have found that potential is universal, but opportunities are not. We're grateful for this opportunity and for your continuing support for helping girls like Chloe achieve their full potential. I also sent you a letter from a mother that's grateful for your support as well. I hope you'll take time to read it when you can. Thanks again for your leadership, friendship, and partnership in helping our local girls find safety, success, and a brighter future.
Thank you. Any board comments about this particular item? Mr. Tatum, looks like you're lit up.
Dr. Weissong, you and I had a conversation about potentially setting up some metrics here. What's the status of that?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. So during my transition visits to Manatee County prior to July 3rd, in my meetings with staff, this particular agreement was brought to my attention. And just a reminder that we're in a transition time for state assessments, right, from the former Florida Standards Assessment to the new FAST assessment. So we do not have learning gains data for 22-23, and so in that absence, we have a proficiency model. And so when you look at that data, this particular site had some concerns in the results. So there was conversation about the contract renewal. In further discussion that went on in June and early July, it was decided to include a performance metric in the renewal contract proposal. And then there was additional back and forth between the staff and Just for Girls about that content, and that culminated actually, Ms. Canese and I met to negotiate a metric that we felt would be appropriate given the unique history and attributes of this particular service. And so that performance metric is included in the renewal, and it calls for us to look at learning growth next year, specifically between the first progress monitoring assessment and the second progress monitor, and then progress monitor 2 and 3, and then to also do a comparison from 1 to 3. And that's obviously using students who are present for multiple progress monitor windows. So the advantage there is we're looking at growth, and also that because of the PM1 and the PM2, we can have a discussion at mid-year about how students at Just for Girls are performing, as opposed to just having a conversation when data becomes available. You know, previously in the old testing system, you would get data at the very end of June, right? But school starts in August, and so families are kind of up in the air with the with the renewal of these agreements. So we'll take a look at the performance based on learning growth. There was also a request separately from two of you related to looking at longitudinal performance, and so I'll be working with Mr. McCarthy and his team to do some historical analysis related specifically to this site. But I actually think once we build that model out, it's applicable to other sites as well in terms of looking at at very long-term performance. So that'll be something that we get to work on soon.
Okay, good. And so I think what I heard you say is that during this year, and I only wish the best for the school, and I'm confident, hopefully, that things are going to get better and performance will be good. But we're going to look at it a little earlier, as opposed to waiting till June and then having to make these quick decisions right at the end of the year. We're hopefully going to tackle this problem a little earlier. And okay, good. That's good to know.
Yes, sir. So mid-year, you'll have the PM1 and the PM2 data comparison, and then by that point, we'll have hopefully completed this longitudinal look that a board member asked for, and that will give you two different data sets by which to measure performance. And of course, we'll work with Just for Girls on all of that methodology, because right now we have kind of competing data sets that may tell different stories, and the goal is that we're in agreement on the parameters of the data, so that we're telling the same story regardless of what the outcome is when we come to the board mid-year.
I'm glad to know that we have some metrics and some parameters that we can look at, and also that we'll tackle the problem a little bit earlier. That's probably better for everybody all around. Hopefully things will continue and the school will do well, but I'm just saying it's good to tackle the problem earlier than later. I'm glad we've set up a process to look at that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Is that it?
That's all I have, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Spray?
Okay. I did look at the charts that were given to me, Just for Girls versus zoned, and to me the data just doesn't actually match. So I looked at the PM report from PM 1, 2, and 3 that I was given for Just for Girls, and it tells a bleaker story. So, I mean, it's hard for me to see that on, and I'm not going to beat anybody up about this, it's just hard for me to believe that in third grade reading, it was at 0. And then in fourth grade, it was at 0% proficiency. And then all of a sudden in fifth grade, we're at 83% proficiency. So we went from 0 to 83. And then let's go to the next measure, which was sixth graders. It dropped way down again. So when I see those numbers, and in seventh grade, even farther, a bigger drop. So it's like, okay, what's going on here? And I can connect with the emotional side. And I can connect with the concept of kids who have been bullied and or mistreated at home, and they need that safe place where they can go and get an education, that they're not going to have to deal with some of the things that they deal with in a public setting. But I look at this as results driven. And I understand the history of this school, but I also have looked at the track record, and it's consistently gone down over the years. And that's why I had the conversation with Dr. Weissong about, I want to see some historical data from maybe the last 4 or 5 years. And the young lady that was here, that's one success story out of how many students? I don't know how many students. I see that there's 70 according to this report. And then where they go into our high schools, I want to see what their success rate is once they leave Just for Girls into our high schools, and what is our graduation rate? How do they perform in our schools? Because ultimately what's going on, and this is a good conversation too, ultimately what's going on in a K-8 charter, we end up at the high school either celebrating or trying to fix. So you gotta look at it that way too, and that's how I see it. It's no different than kindergartners, first and second graders, ultimately getting up to our high school level, and then all of a sudden we have to fix. So that's the way I look at this, and I'm glad we're doing I'm, half there, and that's why we're gonna do the half-year kind of review. I think it's gonna be a better model for other struggling schools, not only just the charters, but other struggling schools. We need to look at this data sooner, and especially the charters trying to renew at the end of the year, and we don't even have the the final results yet. So it's hard for us to do up here. Again, you can put the emotional side in there, but it's still the performance side that we have to look at. So it's not anything against what you try to do and what you're doing. It's more about, I don't know how much money you get from other organizations and all of that. All I can see is what I can look up. Are you getting the dollar worth? 70 students, how much is your budget? How many teachers you have? All of those kind of things. I've looked on your website and I don't see any of that data. Is it something we need to look at more? I don't know. I guess that's where I'm half supporting, is because we do have that in place where we can look at them after the second performance measures are done. So I'm glad we're going to put that in place. I think it's a good thing. That's all.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers lit, so let's go ahead and vote for item number 4, approval to renew the contract between Manatee County Girls Club doing business as Just for Girls Elementary School and the School Board of Manatee County for 23-24 school year. And that is approved 5-0. Moving on to item number 5, Superintendent Weissong.
Yes, I recommend approval to renew the contract between Manatee County Girls Club Incorporated, doing business as Just for Girls Middle School Alternative Education Program, and the School Board of Manatee County for the 2023-24 school year.
So moved.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
And a second. Becky, you signed up again. Do you want to go? Do you want to speak again? Okay. All right. So we don't have any public comment. I have no board members lit up to speak, so we can go ahead and vote on the approval to renew the contract between Manatee County Girls Club doing business as Just for Girls Middle School site for 23-24 school year, and that is approved 5-0. We're back to the hour and a half. Do we want to take? Does anyone need to take a break? You want to keep grinding? Board, what do you think?
It's just a few things.
Keep going. All right, sounds good.
These are all going to be quick.
Moving on to new business. Item number 1: acceptance of resignation of Citizens Financial Oversight Committee CFOC member Miss Sandra Holly. She's been on the board and would like to step away. I'm sure we want to thank her for her services. Anything else anybody would like to say on that? We're going to volunteer her to stay, or we're going to accept her resignation. So we can go ahead and vote. See no board members lit up.
Well, somebody should make a motion.
I did.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
So moved.
You did?
Yes.
And we got a second?
I'll second.
I hit second.
Did you?
Yeah, it's fine. You can do it.
I hit the button.
So we can go ahead and vote on acceptance of the resignation of CFOC member Sandra Hawley, and that passes 5-0. Item number 2 under new business, approval of the reappointment of member of the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee, Ms. Susan Harrigan.
Oh, yeah, I want to make this motion.
Oh, too bad. Got
We have a
that.
motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Doesn't look like it. She's been on it. Glad to have her continue to be on it. And so we got a motion, a second. Go ahead and vote for the approval of the reappointment of Ms. Harrigan to the CFOC. That is approved 5-0. Item number 3, recommendation for replacement of a vacancy on the CFOC. The recommendation is Ms. Holly Johnson to fill that vacant seat. Her term would expire June 30th of 2026. Ms. Spray, I know you brought her to her. Is there anything you want to comment about?
Nope, I met with her. She's very willing to dive in, and she brings a lot of credentials with her.
Great.
Okay, I have a question. Did Ms. Harrigan also get to?
Yes,
She
yes,
interviewed her,
yes,
and
she,
she's
yes.
on board with it.
She's on board, yeah, yeah.
I know we got to see her resume and stuff too.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, I went to lunch, so I wanted to make sure that we checked that box.
Good.
Mhm.
So do we have a motion? Did
I
see
did a motion.
And a second.
I'll second.
And no board members are lit up to speak on this item, so let's go ahead and vote on the recommendation for replacement of vacancy on the CFOC. And we,
Oh, sorry. Good.
that passes 5-0. Item number 4, approval of district superintendent membership and dues for fiscal year 23-24, estimated in the amount of $25,000. I believe, was this in consent and pulled? No, because there's no, duh. So when this obviously just goes to the memberships and the dues that would be associated with what the superintendent, Wysong, would any organizations he would like to be a part of, and this says in the amount up to 25. So not saying it's going to be that, but right, it says up to.
Yes,
Do we have a motion or a second on this?
I did the motion, sure.
Perfect.
I'll second.
And
Do
then
we have
I
a
wanna-
second? And then do we have anybody that wants to comment on this item?
Yeah,
Ms. Spray.
I just want to say, I think this was part of the contract, that we
Correct.
would do this. And I did ask staff to pull data on where we actually, where he goes, where the form.
the joint, yeah.
Right, so I was astonished at some of the fees out there that people charge, so, but yeah, I think it's a good thing.
Good.
All right.
I don't see any other board members let up to speak, so we can go ahead and vote on the approval of district superintendent membership and dues for 23-24 school year, estimating the amount of $25,000. And that motion passes 5-0. Item number 5, approval of school board member representative for the Children's Services Advisory Board. Ms. Messenger?
Yes, so I'm currently the representative, and my term expires at the end of September. And last year, when we were discussing our jobs and stuff, you had expressed a desire to be part of this Children's Services Advisory Board. So the application time is now. And if I just wanted to see if you're still interested. I've been advised from members of the CSAB to make sure that you are aware of the amount of work that is part of that committee, that for pretty much your entire spring, you're just reading a lot of applications and you meet every single week. And you discuss every application. So they want to make sure that you're aware of the amount of work that comes along with it.
And, right, I did look at that, and I have a conflict that if I were on that board, I couldn't go advocate for some of the organizations that I support. So that would be a conflict of interest. So if you want to continue to serve on that board, that's fine with me. So, but it really is, that's the biggest thing with me, is because of the organizations that I help that on my, okay.
Mr. Kennedy had run into the same problem.
Yeah.
I think he was interested, probably for similar reasons that you were interested. And then I think he joined and then found that he was very limited in what he could say or do. So is there any other takers?
Crickets.
Hey, that's my puppy's name.
All right, then I will reapply if the board so chooses.
Do we have a motion?
Oh, I will move, yes.
Yeah, we have a motion that Ms. Messenger reapplies. We have a second, and let's go ahead and vote on approving Ms. Messenger as our representative on the Children's Services Advisory Board.
Thank you for stepping up.
And that passes
Or volunteered you. One of the two, yeah.
unanimously, 5-0. Item number 6, approval of travel expenses associated with school board member attendance at the Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards meeting August 16th to the 18th at the Reef House Resort Marina in Key Largo, not to exceed $950. This is one of our consortiums. I know we have, is it President-elect?
Yeah.
President-elect. Ms. Foreman, I know you'll be going. So do we have a motion?
I did.
I'll
And
second.
a second? Perfect.
There's so much I could
I
go.
just want to mention that anybody can come, so.
I have a conflict. I went last
I'll
year and it
drive.
was really, really
I have
good.
a conflict too.
And unfortunately I have a conflict, but I really did enjoy looking, with the legislative meeting. We had a really good meeting last year, in Fort Lauderdale. So I was bummed that I could not go, but, I know you represent us really well.
Yeah, I'll drive, if anybody wants to come with me.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote on approval of those expenses to
Yeah.
the Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards event. Passes unanimously. Moving on to workshop items. So I've got some stuff here that I want to discuss us as a board. So next workshop is obviously Thursday. We have team success, legislative priorities, audit committee procedures. My question is for the board. We've got team success slotted 9 to 10. We've got audit committee procedures directly after that because I wanted to make sure we have time stamps for them because we're asking CRI to come in and things like that, and team success obviously as well. So my question to you all, we know that the superintendent has a lunch presentation he's doing that day at Tiger Bay. 11:30 is when he will need to be out. My concern is I don't think we'll be done with everything by then. So my question would be, I would like for all of us to go support him. I don't know if we've all registered or I know that was put out there on email for us to register. So I'd like for as many of us to go and support him. So my question would be, let's just say if we've done team success and audit and we haven't jumped into the legislative session priorities, do we want to come back after lunch or do we want to push that to the next August meeting? That's my question. And we'll just go around and see what their priority would be. Do we want to come back after that Tiger Bay, which would be 1:30-ish, let's just say, probably a start back time? Or do we want to push that back to August 11th when currently we only have one thing on August 11th agenda? So anybody want to start with what they think, what they would like, would they want to come back or not come
I
back?
have a question.
Yeah.
Are we going to have our lobbyist here?
Andrew is ready to go to jump on a team Zoom. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Come on.
He'll be here virtually.
Yeah.
So we can.
And he's ready to adjust whenever Mr. Chapman's told him he's ready to adjust. But that is a concern too. I don't want to have him hold up 11 to 1:30 and then all of a sudden 1:30 to 2:30. So my gut is to probably push legislative back. If Mr. Weissong didn't have that commitment, it's easy. Go all three of them. We cruise through like we normally do. But that's my concern is to ask Andrew to come back.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
But so it's up to you all. Whatever the board is. Do you want to play it? I mean, I don't know if we want to play it by ear because then I don't want to leave Andrew hanging either.
But that would move us to August 11th.
board priorities, we move it 2 weeks later, August 11th, with the homelessness presentation. And I've got some other things I want to add on there too. Correct. So, I mean, it's up, I mean, again, that's why I'm asking y'all.
I'm fine to come back, just get a move on it, because we talked about how we need to
Do it
make
early.
early contact with our legislators. So.
Go ahead. I would prefer not to come back. I'll be the first person.
I mean, I'll go whichever way the board, like I had overheard you say that to Mr. Chapman when I was meeting with Mr. Chapman, but I couldn't talk to you about it because I felt like it was a board matter. So then I emailed staff asking like, what's your intention? And so I'm glad you're talking about it now because I did not book to go to this lunch because it's summer and it's my time with my kids. So as much time as I can, I try to spend with them and have that work-life balance. So, if you want to do that, I'm fine with that. I will book it. I have childcare for the day, obviously because of our workshop already. I can do that. That would not have been my preference, but I will do that. I'm really pretty flexible, but I think leaving, our people hanging, there's something to that too, but sounds like they're flexible, so
We'll be all right. Don't.
you're the chair.
Take
It's
Andrew-
however you want to
take
do
Andrew
it,
out
which
of the
has always been my question is how does the chair want to do it? Because I just need to know and I'll do it whichever way.
Ms. Bray, you have any opinion? Either?
I'm good with
Come back.
coming back or not. I mean, it's like, I had planned on the day here anyway. And I confess, the mix-up on dates on scheduling this was on me.
Not a
So
problem.
I'm
Not a problem.
confessing that. But I don't mind doing what we can on the 2 items and then push them back legislate. It's only, 2 weeks? Think about it, it's only 2 weeks.
Right.
If it were, a month or 2, I would say, yeah, Ms. Foreman's probably right. We always push things back, but this is only a 2-week thing. And the August 11th workshop doesn't have a whole lot of, I know you just said you're
Well,
gonna
I do have-
add some
I have
things.
Stuff to add and to talk about that as well. So, Mr. Tatum, what you have thoughts on pushing it back or coming back? Are you okay with coming back?
Well, yeah, I'm okay with it, but I would push it.
Okay.
I just,
Yeah.
after lunch, people get the blue.
Leaving and going. Okay.
Leaving.
So maybe this will help too. Let's talk about what some of the things that I know Mr. or Dr. Weissong and I have already talked about on August 11th. So we know we had the board training, master board training, August 3rd. There may be some things from that meeting that we want to add to August 11th workshop. So I know that Ms. Foreman already had the communication aspect from a training that you went to that you wanted to add.
Okay,
But I think that may be addressed on the 3rd, but it may not. So I wanted to be able for us as a board to say on the 11th, we may have a 30-minute, an hour window for us to add something if something came up from the workshop, right, of the master board training. On top of that, we have the homeless presentation that Ms. Gherkin is going to do, and that's probably 30 to 45 minutes. We have we're going to need to discuss sooner rather than later. It's got to be August 11th, in my personal opinion, the sales tax language with the charter schools and with what we're going to give. And I know Mr. Dye looked at that, but with legislative changes, and I know we discussed it, in your board briefing. I don't think we got back the language what we wanted to from Mr. Dye. So we're going to have to discuss that. And then another thing that I want to make sure we discuss as soon as possible in talking to Dr. Weissong is goals that we are going to look at to evaluate Dr. Weissong as a superintendent this year. I want to get that earlier because then the staff, they're able to get going with what they're doing. So with that, if we move the legislative back, you're gonna have those things to do. And talking through that in my head, I feel like we should come back for the legislative session on Thursday. But I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, please keep in mind, I'm going to be going to a legislative session on the 16th, and I think if I don't want to see us move ours back behind that one.
Oh,
So.
Oh, yes, you mean with the consortium.
Yes, yes. So
So my question with that is, will there be there's gonna probably be some priorities that match, I've seen our list. My assumption is that the Greater Florida Consortium, there's gonna be some matching.
There is, but what if we
priorities?
have something that I should bring up there?
Oh, very true, very true, very true. Yeah.
So I definitely want to see us do it by August 11th at the very latest. So, but the things that you pointed out are extremely important.
But the 11th, we have no conflict to go past 11:30. So I feel like the 11th, we can have 4 items and be fine, and go till 1 o'clock, and we know we're going to 1 o'clock, and we're just going through the whole thing rather than break, come back. Does that make sense?
As Ms. Messenger said, you're the chair.
Yes, Ms. Messenger.
Right, heavy as the head that wears the crown. Just one thing about Dr. Weissong's evaluation, that might be something that you kind of spurn ideas when we're doing the master board training, and you really might want stuff to even marinate a little bit more than having that conversation on the 11th.
6 days later, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know, I mean, I don't know. It might be, I agree with you that that should always be upfront, because I feel like as a teacher, like, I deserve to know how I'm gonna be rated, and I feel like that about students, and so I'm all for that. But I also feel like we're all just learning each other so much, and that August 3rd is gonna be us really doing that I'm not sure how effective an evaluation metrics we'd even create.
On the 11th or on the 3rd?
On the 11th? I don't know.
For Dr. Weissong?
Yeah.
I think that should be even another.
I'm just saying maybe
setback.
the second one in August might be better, just because, like, I mean, first of all, I don't even know how fair that is to him, because that's literally the second day of school. Like, guess what? Second day of school, here's your next to-do list. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. But then you want the end in mind, right? Like, you want those goals, but I just feel like that could be a lot on that day, is all not like topics. I don't mind multiple topics. I just feel like that's a large topic for just the second day of school, when on the second day of school, you're just hoping every child makes it home the way they're supposed to make it home, and like the kid doesn't end up on a bus and like some.
So I agree. So let's do this. Let's we'll move the legislative priorities to the 11th, but I agree with Ms. Foreman. We got to have it on the 11th. Let's, after the FSB, the FSBA Master Board Training, let's see what comes out after that. If we feel like there's something we'd like to have on the 11th, and the goals for the superintendent's contract is something we can push. I don't think that it's fair to push out of August, though.
Agreed.
So that's something that, and I don't feel like it's fair for the charter schools if we're changing language because the state is now making us save capital. I don't know. That's not fair to push that back either. So let's say for Thursday we'll push legislative priorities back to the 11th. If you can ask Andrew. And then for the 11th, we'll do the homeless legislation, the sales tax with the charter schools, and if we want to fit in the goals, we can discuss that. Because we'll have a board meeting on the 8th too to discuss that.
Do we need to have the homeless on August 11th?
So we have the joint meeting on the 31st with county and city. I would like we've never had the presentation, and we probably should have done this maybe before and flipped it, but we've never had a presentation on what are we doing for our homeless kids, what's the procedures, etc. So I think we'll learn from what we're doing as a joint to then come together, with Ms. Gerken, who's been working with, Christina Gerken, who's been working with Mr. Chapman, and then be able to know how do we tackle, potentially help those homeless children and identifying, etc. I don't think that presentation is going to be very long.
No. I don't think it's going to be 45 minutes. I think it'll be 30.
Yeah, I think it's probably about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has she been contacted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got those done, but when you're meeting with Dr. Wysong, we've got like board briefing, I think, next week already, getting ready for the next one. So as we meet and you want some workshops added after August, let's start doing that because this is what we got, and we can start prioritizing from the list below. Tell Dr. Wysong what you want on the next workshop, and we'll start planning that as we go. Jumping down to item number 19 for updates, legal update. Anything from you, Mr. Dye?
I've been sending emails to y'all through the sort of the summer, so nothing more to add right now.
Okay. Great, thank you. Operations update, Mr. Rinaldi, first one.
First one, welcome.
Good evening, Chair, board members, Superintendent. Couple things going on. Want to kind of recognize Human Resources. They've had a crazy 2 weeks. We've actually done 3 job fairs. We did an operational job fair on the 13th. We had 139 attendees. We were able to tender 59 offers. We had 35 transportation attendees. We had 9 custodial and 15 food service as well. So we're still kind of coming up on the mid-90s when it comes to the bus drivers, but we still have 5 interviews this week and then 5 interviews next week. So we're slowly getting that group up as well. We had a focused ESE health job fair on the 20th. We had 25 attendees, 7 offers were made, 3 nurses, 3 health aides, and 1 ESE teacher's aide. And they never sleep. This afternoon they had a virtual job fair. They had 126 participants. I don't have any offers at this point right now. They're working on it this evening. So they've been busy and they're going to continue to be busy over the next week or so. Shout out to food service. On Friday, as of Friday, we've served over 151,000 meals this summer, and that's a 5% increase year over year. So it's been a busy summer. We have 1 more week left there. They have also, they're introducing a new software, and it's app-based. It's called School Cafe, and the parents are going to be able to set up accounts, pay meal charges, view purchase histories, see menus, and see allergy and nutritious information. So it's a fairly hearty app that we're rolling out, and right now they're getting ready for the rollout in the next week and a half. In addition, construction services, we haven't had a lot of construction going on, but we have had a lot of design going on. And you'll have your first GMP that comes at the next board meeting for the COPS projects, and that's going to be Hale Middle School. And then at that point, you'll probably every board meeting have another guaranteed maximum price coming up for the COPS projects until we get all 5 of those under contract, and then we're starting the 6th, Palmasola as well. But we are opening Freedom Elementary. That 8 classroom addition is going to be a complete before school opening. We've completed finally the final phase 3 of Sugg Middle School. So that was the demolition and all of the site work. So that will be complete by school opening. Manatee and Palmetto, they're getting turf fields, in case you haven't heard that. So they will be complete by football season. And we did lobby renovations at both Samoset and Palmview. So that's what we've been doing for the past couple of weeks. Thank you. Good evening.
Question on the cafeteria app.
Right.
Is that going to be something, because I've challenged my kids for many years on how to quickly your fund depletes. You know, what are they buying? So
you'll be able to see what their purchasing history is now.
Absolutely. So. I love it. I love it. I wish my son was still there. But is that something are they going to have an app to, or is that just an app for the parents to be able to get on?
That's an app for the parents.
Okay, so they're still going to scan their ID or whatever.
Yeah, that'll be standard procedure. Okay.
I got a couple of questions.
Yes.
On the lunch, we talked about that. I got an interesting message from someone, I don't even remember who. If a student goes through the line and there's the choices, they were told to take a piece of fruit. And they didn't want that fruit, but they said you have to take it, and then it's thrown away. That's not the case. I'm hoping that we're doing that, because one child might have an allergy to one specific food or another. I'm guessing that's not
I mean,
the case.
I know that they attempt to make sure that they take a balance of choices.
Right.
I don't know if we're forcing them to take a fruit that they do not want, but I can follow up.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
find out
It's
what
just,
the procedure is.
You know,
And-
we
and-
get the,
and
we get the
maybe one
feedback when you're out there. Oh
cafeteria
yeah, my son was told they had to take this orange and they don't like oranges. So what did they do with that? They threw it away. Okay, well, that's not good. Us teaching kids that we don't value. I mean, I always tell my kids, you need to eat that. Think of the starving kids in other countries. That's even tuna. That's how I get 'em. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the renovation that you mentioned at Palmview. Oddly enough, I was there today, so it looks really nice. So it's all good. So it's, yeah, some of the projects that I've heard about throughout this process, I'm seeing come to life, I guess would be the language I could use for that. So, and you talked about staffing and all that, and we'll get to that, but, you know, when I looked at the report, 46 teachers resigned, 34 we hired, so we're standing pretty good.
We're sticking right about 74 vacancies right
74.
now for the classroom teachers.
And speaking of bus drivers, did we get any new bus drivers in?
We've lost some, but I mean, the last job fair, we brought 12 bus drivers in. We're going through, getting them scheduled for training. We have a couple in training right now, so they will be eligible for the first day of school. The other group is probably going to be 2 or 3 weeks into August before we get them trained and certified. So it's
All right.
coming along.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Lakewood Ranch High School, Mr. Rinaldi, I took a tour there the other day with the principal. Can you give me a status update on the construction project there?
Yeah, that project is about at 30% right now. I just reviewed the pay applications from the contractor. We're probably looking at somewhere around a mid-year opening, maybe into late January at this point right now. So they're moving along, but they're still just at about a third right now.
They're building 22 classrooms back
Classrooms,
there and a couple
exactly.
labs and stuff. And so 1 January is I think the contractor told me the 1 January is a projected move-in date. Are you pretty confident about that, or?
Well, as long as we don't have any storms or anything that comes up, yeah, we're all confident. And we've had what's been nice is it's been a really dry summer, so you haven't lost a lot of time because of inclement weather at this point, which has been nice.
And there's some other things going on there too about they had to actually burrow under the center area to put some cables and stuff through there. Is all that going to be cleaned up and ready?
Yeah, they've got we've got a IT project underway there. That will be at least that area that you saw, the public areas, that'll be completed. They still may be doing some work up in the ceilings by the time school opens.
And in the front desk, they're actually going to put plastic up there and where the visitor center or something like that. Is that your understanding? I guess we shouldn't talk about that, but okay. Great. All right, plastic, I don't know. Plastic's plastic, but okay, I understand that. Just kind of get an update. Great, thanks, that's all I have. Yeah.
Thank you. Instructional update, superintendent?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to do a couple instructional pieces and then I'll hold my superintendent comments. Board members, as you're well aware, there are many programs and events and opportunities for students and families this summer. There continues to be a myth out there that school districts operate for 10 months and then kind of shut down for 2 months, and that is so far from the truth. Here in Manatee County. And I've whittled the list down because of the lateness of the hour, but I'll just give you three examples of things that are happening out there. Back on July 5th, Soren 4 and MCR Health partnered to host a back-to-school bash, and that was held at the Bishop Museum of Science and Nature. That was my second day on the job, and I attended and was just pleasantly shocked at the turnout. We had nearly 2,700 students and their families attend that event on the day after a holiday in the middle of summer, wrapped around that building waiting to get in and access literacy materials. It was truly moving and a great introduction to the community for me. And as you're aware, Soarin' 4 is a parenting program that provides literacy engagements that activate parents to be their child's first literacy teacher. And it was just exciting to see. A related initiative is the Soarin' 4 Story Time. That's being held twice a month at 5 of our local library branches. In fact, there are multiple events this week on the calendar, and those are on the website. Here, families are meeting with some of our experienced educators, and they're receiving tips towards strengthening their work as their child's first literacy teachers. Families are participating in read-alouds, they're singing songs with rhyming and movement activities, and of course they're leaving with complimentary books and materials so that that literacy work can continue in the summertime at home. In addition to the some of the summer camps that Mr. Barber featured during the Good News Moment, we also are continuing to see growth in summer early learning programs. And this summer, a total of 4 VPK summer classrooms operating with a focus on getting students ready for kindergarten, particularly in literacy and math. So again, a very busy summer for our team. This will be my only instructional update. Our next meeting on August 8th, Mr. Jensen will be here for his second day, and we're going to throw him right in the deep end of the pool and let him share what he's learned in his first 15 hours or so on the job. So thank you.
And was that your superintendent remarks?
No, sorry, I'll do
Absolutely,
those.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I just wanted to keep them separate. So board members, as I've shared with each of you privately, I am truly enjoying my first month in Manatee County, and I want to publicly thank each of you, not just for meeting with me one-on-one, but for connecting me with members of the community and lots of introductions and support. Again, I'm just having a great first month, getting to meet lots of people. In terms of priorities, we've put lots of community groups on the calendar, and again, I've done several of those already and more to come. Also have tried to prioritize meeting as many employees as possible. Certainly every member of the cabinet and I have met one-on-one already. We got actually a lot of those done before July 3rd, but have visited with every employee in this building who wasn't on a vacation last week, and then followed that up with trips out to the PSC and to Matsky to meet all of our curriculum and operations folks, and just really seeing the dedication of this crew and their commitment to children and families. It's been an awesome introduction. Along the way, I've tried to do as many events with teachers as possible, met a lot of teachers at Soarin' 4, and there's a lot going on in the professional development realm right now as we get ready for August. So last week on Monday and Tuesday, we had all of our school-based and district administrators in for a leadership conference. Monday was at Parish Community High School, Tuesday at Sugg Middle School. The focus there, how we support student learning. So both in whole group sessions and breakout sessions, a lot of focus and an opportunity for our administrators to collaborate, and special thanks to Dr. Breslin and the planning team who pulled all of that together. It ran beautifully and we got a lot of great feedback. Meanwhile, we always officially say our teachers are back August 2nd. The reality is hundreds of them are already back, engaged in professional development. We have an ESE conference going on within the district right now. Hundreds of both special education and general education teachers and administrators attending that event, and I got a quick tour at that school today and ran into other teachers not attending that event who were meeting in grade level teams to get ready for next year. Tomorrow we welcome hundreds of new teachers to the district for their orientation program before they report to their schools. That's an exciting opportunity to welcome folks to the district. There are lots of other events coming up. We have a Guy Harvey curriculum group meeting as an example. We've got multiple groups meeting doing book studies because we know once students arrive there's not a lot of time for that. And again, I'm just so impressed with the professionalism of our teachers, getting so many of them getting back here early to get ready for students on August 10th. In terms of tonight, board members, just thank you for the discussions. I know it was a long evening on a couple of these topics, but it's great to see you all talking and working through these issues, and that will, when we get, at some point when we get to even tougher issues, the more conversation we're already having, the better. I do want to highlight that you quickly approved the consent agenda tonight. There were 36 items on that agenda, and I know that all 5 of you read each of those, asked your questions of staff, and were able to package that up together. There are critical items on that consent agenda every meeting. This time around, instructional contracts, construction agreements, grants, all the things, the nuts and bolts that allow the staff to keep working. And so thank you for approving the consent agenda tonight. And we will look forward to getting all of those things in motion. And then we start working tomorrow on your agenda for August 8th, and that'll be coming to you shortly. So the July agenda in every district is always packed because it's that last opportunity of everything in place for August 10. So thanks to all of you and also to my team for making this a very smooth entry and first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
I have for board comments, Mr. Tatum, Foreman, Messenger Spray, myself. Mr. Tatum?
Sure, in the interest of time, I'll just mention the word safety, and then if anybody's watching this, safety, safety, safety. And I know some kids are probably not staying up late watching us, but you know, teachers and staff members and stuff like that, you'd be surprised. Just throw that word out in your classroom and mention the word safety to students and get the talk going, and just maybe we'll make a kid wear his bike helmet, and that'll, you know, save his head or an injury or something like that, or it'll keep somebody from doing something stupid if the word safety is just on people's minds. So that's my only comment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Foreman?
Yeah, I'll make mine brief also. I just want to give a shout out to 2 people in our district who I saw in the news. Deb Estes has been appointed on the board of the Manatee County Community Foundation, which I'm really excited for her. Know she'll do a great job. And then Mr. Edwards, Omar Edwards, saw something that he's going to be doing a TED Talk, TEDx for Bradenton. So I'm looking forward to that. That's a real honor too. So you know, it's nice when our people are doing and recognized for their abilities. And to our teachers that are coming back, I know it's been a struggle, and I thank you, all of you, for planning on coming. And I just want to put a word out that if there's anything that this board can do to make your lives better, easier, more, believe me, we all thoroughly respect you. And I just, you know, let us know, reach out to your board members. And because we we value you so much. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Messenger.
I don't think I have anything to say other than, as Dr. Weissong had said, like July is always just like a massive meeting. That's always how it works out. And I think that you did a great job tonight handling that massive amount of things that you had to work through. So I thank you and thank the board, and that's it.
Ms. Bray?
Okay, a couple of things. I always like to recognize those who have been with the district for a number of years. And we have a computer lab manager that was retiring after 35 years, a pre-K after 38.8 years. I mean, if I could pronounce some of these names, I would say it, but I don't want to botch their names, so that's why I don't ever say names. A counselor for 31 years, and a bus aide for 35 years. Can you imagine? So that's incredible to me. And then another one for 35.3 years. So not only then we have other 22 years. In education, that's a long time in one role. I mean, just me coming from my background, it was hard going in those doors every day, but these people were dedicated people, and I've spoke to several staff members and teachers and principals, and some of them are just like, wow, you've been with the district 20 years, you look like you could be my daughter, you know, they're that dedicated. So I too want to echo what Ms. Foreman said. We greatly appreciate what our teachers do, and every role, even to meeting a head custodian, you know, and all the lawn maintenance is going on out in all of our schools. If you go out and you see it all going on, it's like, wow, yep, they're getting ready for August. And then two, I do want to shout out to Dr. Weissong, probably one of the best briefings I've had since I've been on the board. I like that collaborative effort between your staff here and under my questions being answered. It was probably the longest briefing I've had, and sorry, held you up, but too bad, too bad. But I attended, and again, this is why I didn't want to get on that board, is because I volunteered at one of the organizations that I'm a part of, and we serviced over 50 families with foster kids. We gave them backpacks, lunch boxes, all of the things that they're going to need to get the school started. So it's one of those catch-22s. You want to be on the board to help support that financially. But I was there cleaning tables. As kids came in and got their things, we fed them as well. They would leave and I would go behind them and clean up. So I was basically working in the cafeteria. So it was kind of cool to do that. I'm excited about the outlook of the CFOC. I think, Mr. Tatum, the concerns that you had will be diminished with this new member and the direction that they're going, and they're looking at, okay, they're not just waiting to the end of the year, they're actually doing the proactive stuff and looking forward to going on with that. So other than that, I want to thank everybody for their patience with me, and on all these projects, I have to look at both sides. That's what we're supposed to do. It's just not linear. You got to look at what the outcome is on the money we're spending. And I wish the Just for Girls team the best of luck. I hope we come back in mid-year and their performance just explodes. I mean, that would be the best scenario in my opinion, and I think that's what they're going to go for. So anyway, that's it.
Just thank you to the staff. I know Ms. Eaton, Ms. Collins, I know, and also Ms. Means with Laura Cox out. Thank you all very much. You've been thrust back in, Kelly, and we appreciate you. And I know Ms. Means wasn't here, and she has too. So really appreciate y'all's help in the next week or so, in the past week as Ms. Cox was gone. On that, have a great evening. We adjourned.